Hello, everybody. How are you doing on this fine Sunday? I'm doing okay. For the regular viewers, you probably noticed my background is slightly different. I did rearrange my office. It may change a few more times before I'm happy with the result, but I wasn't planning on working today. I wasn't planning on coming on here today. I was actually planning on doing some more spring cleaning because I've been a little bit more in that mood lately. Shout out to all the members in the chat. Ginger Snap, I see you. I'll shout out when y'all come by. But oh man, no rest for the weary. I saw something play out over the course of the last day or two that it's something that I just gotta address. It's something I gotta address. And I'm realizing my eyeliner's all crooked, but y'all just got to get over it because it's Sunday. And like I said, I wasn't planning on working. Hey, Rabbit, I might have you on later. I might send you a link and because I want to do like a react. But there's some stuff I have questions about too, and maybe you'll be able to jump on and help me. I mean, not to put you on the spot. No worries if you're busy or whatever. Maybe we can do another live or a collab later. But hey, shout out, girl. Rhiannon, Shelby, Emily, hello, shout out. Speaking of shout outs to Rabbit, I do want to just say, Rabbit is the reason I know about this story. Down the Rabbit Hole News, she has been interviewing with people from former Scientologists. I've never spoken to any of those people. I've never spoken to the former Scientologists and all that. But Rabbit has been talking to a guy named Aaron Smith Levin. She had some other folks on her channel. And because she just has such good videos and such good coverage, I kind of was like, I don't really care about Scientology or whatever, but I like Rabbit, And little by little, because I did watch that, like more stuff has started to come into my algorithm, as it were, my timeline. There's another creator by the name of Serge Delmar who makes excellent coverage about Scientology and he's really good. He's also a former Scientologist. He was a young child whenever his parents brought him into it, and he has really opened my eyes to a lot of the things that go on in what he terms Scientology hotels. Now, I do want to say the video that we're making today is about an arrest that happened. The live we're making today. Everything's my opinion, and what's taken from the public record. But I do want to say this isn't really about the Church of Scientology or Scientology tactics or Scientology fair game or any of that stuff, because to be honest, I really don't know that much about it. My interest has been piqued in general lately with religions, world religions, stuff like that. And I have started to read about Scientology, the sort of philosophy. And the first place I've started is Dianetics, which is the book that was written by L. Ron Hubbard back in I think the first time it was published was the 50s. So I wanted to go all the way back in time and see what these people were even talking about. So I have read the first, little tiny bit of Dianetics as a research project. I read other religious books too. I'm reading the Bhagavad Gita. I've recently reread the Bible. So it's not like, I'm singling anyone out. I just want to know from the source, from the book, what it says. The main thing I've gotten from it so far is, human beings have to be in control of their reactive mind, right? I'm not a Scientologist at all in any way. I've never met a person who proclaimed to be a Scientologist or have ever been a Scientologist. So all I'm telling y'all is what the first few, pages of this book is kind of about so far. And it's about controlling your reactive mind and not acting like a damn fool out in public when people piss you off. I mean, that's my reading of it. That being said, I don't know enough about Scientology to form an opinion on the philosophy, the religion, the court cases, the people, the practitioners. I don't know. What I do know about is the United States Constitution and the enforcers of it, or the people who, are violating it, like the LAPD. I know about them. I know about them. So this video today is not really going to be about Scientology per se. But it does involve Scientology because this arrest, this unconstitutional, frankly, in my opinion, criminal. It was criminal what the LAPD did. I am a lawyer by education. I voluntarily, willingly gave up my license because I wanted to be able to speak freely. So that's what I'm going to be doing today. That being said, this is just my opinion. If anybody needs legal advice, please go get some from a lawyer that you hire. I do not have a license to practice law, and I am not your lawyer. Thank you. Okay. Whew, where should we start? So I guess I'll just tell y'all what I saw. I'm reading some of y'all's comments. It's crazy. LAPD is corrupt. LAPD is corrupt. Yes, they are. And the first time I saw anything about the LAPD and realized they were very corrupt happened in the Free Britney movement, like in the Britney Spears conservatorship case, because the LAPD just played right along with these people taking away Britney's rights and freedoms. Don't forget, yes, thank you, Ginger Snap. Hello, Carrie Ann. Shout out to you. Shout out Emily C. Shout out Oklahoma Outlaw Audits. So I guess I'll just give y'all like kind of the rundown from my memory, and then I want to watch a couple clips. Well, the same clip, two different angles, actually. So again, I heard about this story from Rabbit, and by the time I heard about the story, Aaron Smith Levin, a former Scientologist who now is an anti-Scientology activist of sorts, he had been arrested by the time I heard about this. So what had happened leading up to that was, I don't know if it was a coordinated group, but there was a gathering of people outside of the LA, the Los Angeles location of the Church of Scientology. And there had been, I'll just tell you, yeah, there had been what the police are calling an altercation between Aaron Smith Levin and a vicious lunatic. What's his name? Patrick Perry or something? I'll tell y'all what his name is when we come across it. But the whole thing is on camera. It's all on camera. It's kind of undisputed, it's not able to be disputed rather. And it's on camera from at least two, possibly up to like a half dozen different angles. Maybe more, because it is outside the Church of Scientology. I mean, they probably had the thing very surveilled. Oh man, this is just, honestly, I'm like tapping my foot right now because it makes me so mad. It really does. Maybe I should learn a few things about the reactive mind, but I don't think I'm going to learn it from Scientologists because I see how they act, and it don't seem like they have a lot of control over their emotions, in my opinion. It's so egregious, and I do like to let people practice the religions they practice. I really do, but they have now pulled the cops in to this circus, and the cops are playing seemingly right along with it, and that's not acceptable. So Aaron Smith Levin and a group of people are outside in front of the Church of Scientology protesting. Now, reasonable people can disagree whether that is morally or ethically appropriate. Like, how are you going to, like the Westboro Baptist Church, right? Like they'll go and protest people's funerals and stuff. And it's like, wow, that's rude. Or they'll go and different places. It could be up for debate whether something's morally or ethically appropriate or acceptable. Is it morally acceptable or appropriate to protest outside of somebody's place of worship or their church? Reasonable people can disagree. I'm not going to give my opinion on it. What I will say is what I know is constitutionally protected activity. And it is constitutionally protected to protest on a public sidewalk. It is. It is. So that is kind of the risk you take when you build your place of worship right dead smack in the middle of downtown LA, If you would build it, out in the middle of nowhere, Wyoming, it might be harder for people to just show up and protest, even though it would be public property, stuff like that. So they're out there protesting constitutionally protected activity. And a man walks by with a dog. Now, when you look at the dog is going to have all this sort of official looking regalia on, indicating it's a service dog, a dog that is trained by law. This is the definition of a service dog. Paraphrasing, a dog that is trained to perform a certain medical function. Okay, so service dog is a medical device under the law. It's not an attack dog. Okay. It's supposed to be something that does a medical function. Okay. The man is also holding a cane, which indicates to me that he is frail and in some way disabled, which aren't we all, no judgment here. But he's holding a cane. He's walking this alleged purported service dog, and Aaron Smith Levin apparently recognizes this man, and he recognizes him as someone who uses that very dog as an attack dog, or verbatim, I think he said a weapon against anti-Scientology activists. Now, interestingly, the terminology for like an anti-Scientology activist is called a squirrel in the inside, with the people that know. I had no idea that. And I did just write a smash hit and put it out on YouTube Music called A Squirrel is Acting Up. It was going to be The Squirrels Are Acting Up, but it's just one. I had no idea at the time that was some Scientology code word, but y'all should stream that song. We'll listen to it as a palate cleanse after all this. But so the anti-Scientologist group recognizes this man. They know him as the man who uses the dog as a weapon against anti-Scientologists. So the man walks by in front of Aaron Smith Levin. We're going to watch the clip. I'm just kind of preparing y'all for it because when I watched it without any warning, I almost went into like a state of like panic. Like it was like, I don't know, dare I say triggering. You know what I mean? It was just so violent and aggressive. And then the way that the police completely abused this victim, I'm upset. It's really emotionally, I need to get a hold of my reactive mind, girl. I need to finish Dianetics, I guess, because I'm so shaken up about it. That the men with the guns and the bulletproof vests who showed it's the same thing that happened to Dahlia Takali. She got taken away in handcuffs and she's the victim. We're going to watch it together. I'm just letting y'all know. The man walks by with the dog and the cane. Aaron Smith Levin recognizes him and he's on a live stream at the protest. And he's like, this is the man who uses his dog as a weapon against the anti-Scientology protesters, the squirrels. The man gets very upset, very immediately. Reactive mind completely takes a hold of him. He's completely possessed by the reactive mind Thetan. Okay. And he looks at Aaron Smith Levin and it's like, you can see the evil. You can see the deranged lunatic demon that is infesting this man in his eyes. I'm getting scalp chills thinking about it. The demon man turns and looks at Aaron Smith Levin and starts screaming profanities. I didn't have time to blur out the curse words, so when I do start playing it, just be warned. He's screaming profanities. And I'm going to try to, cover him up for the terms and service and all that, but we'll see. And he actually makes a death threat on camera to Aaron Smith Levin. He says, I will kill you, or I should, or something like that. We're going to listen to it. The man takes his cane, a weapon, a felony weapon, in my opinion, innocent until proven guilty, and smacks, and there's two angles, you'll see it, smacks, hits, assaults Aaron Smith Levin for having done so much as recognize him. Get that camera out of my face. I'm a private citizen. And we've talked about this on this channel many times. You not a private citizen from getting filmed in a public place. No, you are not. Demon. No, you are not a private citizen. You are out and about walking on the public sidewalk. You are liable to get filmed. Get over it. But no, the man literally, it shocked me. I mean, I do this for my work every day. That it's so shocking. It shocked me. The man hits him, and then he goes a step further. He very clearly sicks his attack dog, posing as a service dog, on Aaron Smith Levin. He directs the dog to attack Aaron Smith Levin, which is the second version of felony assault. The first felony assault, in my opinion, was whenever he hit him, battery, felony battery, where you actually intentionally make contact with the person. Battery is a step further than assault. Battery is a type of assault, but assault could be you're going to threaten to kill someone. That was assault. Innocent until proven guilty, but it looks like it meets the elements to me. So I don't know if Aaron Smith Levin is on the ground. I don't know. This is all public. This is all out there. You can see the videos. But he is remarkably calm because I'm not allowed to say on this platform what would have happened to that man. I'm not allowed to say what would have happened to that man if he had crossed my path. I'm not allowed to say. But Aaron Smith Levin, remarkably calm. I guess his Dianetics training did work. And kind of says, he didn't attack the man back, which I believe he did have the legal right to defend himself and do. He didn't take out his kneecaps. He called the police because that's what you do in a civilized society, right? That's what you do. That's what they tell us to do. When I was in law school, this is not legal advice. When I was in law school, we talked a lot about, just answered questions about why we have these laws and what we're doing, like the philosophy behind it and all that. And a big question that was asked early on in our legal training is, why do we even have criminal laws? And what I kind of think and what we ended up coming to was, because if there's nobody to enforce what's right and wrong in a way that we can all agree on as a society, if there's no uniform enforcement, then people will take things into their own hands. There will be violence and chaos in the streets if we don't have a more civilized way to deal with crimes. I gotta be honest with you, when I was in law school, I kind of thought that was like a load of crap. Like, I was like, no, this is like the prison industrial complex. Like, no, this is just them trying to make money on private prisons, right? I had all these political ideas about things, and I might have been right. But now the more I look at it, the more I realize, no, we have legitimate sociopaths roaming the streets, terrorizing us, innocent people. And they won't ever stop doing that. It's just they're possessed by thetans or whatever, demons, whatever you want to call it. So because we have things like that, if there were no police, what would be left to do? Allow them to run the streets terrorizing us, or somebody bigger and badder gets a hold of them. And then there's violence. So we don't condone violence. I don't condone violence of any kind. So that's what the police are really for. Like, even from a theoretical, like, what was the first reason for, like, if you think about it, I mean, now what were the police really for? Slave catchers. That's what they really was really for. But I'll get to that story in a different day. Aaron Smith Levin called the police because he was battered multiple times and assaulted publicly. His life was threatened, and there's evidence and proof of it. Calls the police. The police don't bother to show up for this death threat, battery, and assault for, I don't know, I think it was hours. And when they finally showed up, they take both men's side of the story. This is what I understand it to be. I'm going to do a lot more research into what led up to it and stuff. Don't take this as gospel. I'm kind of just, this is the gist. When they finally do show up, they end up taking both men's sides of the story. And again, this is all on camera, multiple angles. The police tell him, and we'll watch it, Aaron Smith Levin, the only way they're going to be able to charge the man with assault, which he should be charged with assault and battery with a deadly weapon, which is the dog he sicked on them. I mean, listen, they need to go full force. They go up to Aaron Smith Levin. They say, we're not going to be able to arrest him unless we also arrest you, because y'all have two different versions of the story. So we don't know who's telling the truth. They just completely ignore the camera footage, all the angles that there are. And a heat wave shot through my body. A heat wave shot through my body. That these police officers are, what? You can get beaten. You can get physically beaten and have your life threatened in a street for doing nothing wrong and breaking no laws. And when you call the police, in order for them to do anything at all about it, you have to give up some of your freedoms, be handcuffed out in the public in the street during your exercise of a First Amendment protected activity, an activity protected by the United States Constitution, the very First Amendment. We're going to get into who this cop is. We're going to get into all that. It was in LA. Aaron did say that's adorable. That's adorable. And it's like, again, whatever the man is doing to keep his cortisol levels in check, I applaud him. It's like on that Sean Reyes level. I was legitimately impressed because I can't, I I wouldn't have handled it like that. No. No. They would have probably been taking me to jail, and it might have been for a little bit more of a legitimate reason because I would have gave them one. Maybe. I don't condone any criminal activities. Anyway, the name of Aaron Smith Levin's channel is Growing Up in Scientology. The YouTuber was attacked. Yes. SP Squirrel. Oh my gosh, this is a funny name. Suppressive Person Squirrel is in the chat. Shout out. So happy to content creators covering this story. That is a funny name. So we're going to get to the video. There's a lot of stuff I'm leaving out. There's a lot of stuff I probably don't even know. I just found out about this in the last day, and I just wanted to show y'all. If you have any grievances that you would like, to address with your authorities, please do so peacefully. I would otherwise not suggest contacting anyone else mentioned in this video. I'd ask that you do not do that. Thank you very much, Halloween Freak 24/7. Yes, please look into this cop. I know you can find all the dirty secrets. First Amendment is the right. Yeah. First Amendment is the right to petition the government for a redress of grievances. It's also the freedom of religion, freedom from religion, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of association, and freedom to protest, in particular in public places, specifically your government. There's also an interview on DOA. He interviewed Perry. Okay. So we will go to Aaron's channel itself for this one. Let me pull it up. Okay. Okay. So let me go to Rabbit's channel actually first. So as y'all can see, Rabbit has been making a lot of videos about this. See this, her most recent one. OSA is some type of authority through Scientology, like a office of something. I don't know. I don't remember. But there's, set up. Then, she's doing other stuff. Speaks out, all these different things. Cults and crime. This is the video that I first saw. This one right here. Cults and crime, Scientology setup. That was the first one I saw. And I was like, whoa, hold on. What's going on here? So do go follow Down the Rabbit Hole News. She's really on top of the story. Okay, so here we are. Aaron Smith Levin's channel called Growing Up in Scientology. Big channel. Very successful. Office of Special Affairs. All right, thank y'all. Thank you very much. I don't know a lot about this, situation. It's Scientology. Oh, wow. Okay. Shout out to the Scientology folks that are in, like, the squirrels in the chat. It was a setup. See, I'm not really that familiar with the tactics of Scientology and their setups and things like that, but I am familiar with movement infiltration and setups in that way because I have, been the leader of many grassroots socio-political movements. And so I am aware of like setups and infiltrators and things like that, but I don't know the specifics of this particular thing. Yeah, we don't do this. No. Okay. But thank you to the folks from the Scientology, the squirrel community, this anti-Scientology community in the chat. I see you guys. Okay, so now we're on the video. It's called Growing Up in Scientology, live on Hollywood Boulevard, streamed a day ago. So it was streamed actually like closer to 2 days ago because today is the 21st and this was from the 19th. Oh man. Okay. So let me rewind just a tiny bit. Where are we at? 29. Let's start like, I guess about here. Oh, sorry about that. There's no, what's it called? Captions available for some reason. So I was going to turn those on.
It's funny because normally you would think that these guys are working for Scientology, but no, it's for the ceremony.
Again, this is like almost a half hour into the live stream that he was doing outside the church. And again, this is like the literal Hollywood Walk of Fame. Like there's not a less public place in the world. More public place. I knew that was like, that's not right. There's not a more public place. This is what I meant to say in the entire world than the Hollywood Walk of Fame. I mean, please.
Out here, guys. Even before I was in the Sea Org, spent a couple years looking.
Pause it. Shout out to the super chats. Thank you so much, Ro. And thank you so much, Veritas. Vincent, shout out to you. Love you, mean it. Help me give a shout out. Thank you so much. Oh man, I can't believe. Yeah, there's squirrels. I can't believe it. Like, I'm just kind of like stalling at this point. I'm trying to brace myself. It's just so egregious. It's so violent and aggressive.
Out here, didn't really have anything to do with Scientology from 1998 to 2000. There's this apartment building behind the Man's Chinese Theater. I guess now it's called the Grauman's Chinese Theater. There's an apartment building back there called the Madison Apartments, and I lived there.
So what he's doing right now seems perfectly appropriate, acceptable, constitutional. He's just outside live streaming, taking some footage of a public place, talking about his own experiences, giving a little bit of history.
And I had a lot of fun.
Shout out. Thanks so much to Alicia Medley for the super chat. Thank you very much. Oops. Why is this? Oh, him. Here's the monster. Literally deranged. Look at him. Now, one other thing. This man y'all are looking at right here. The assailant with the dog. You're going to see. Don't take my word for it. He is known in the Scientology community. And look, let me pull it up. He's known in the Scientology community by those in the know to use this dog as an attack dog. And I'm going to show y'all the receipts right here.
The dewy skin cream from Tatcha.
If I can get past the Tatcha ad.
For plump, bouncy skin.
Okay, had to get past the dewy skin cream ad. Oh my God, please. Kim Kardashian, shoot. Okay, so this, oh no, that's not even it. Stupid. Hold on, let me find it. This video I'm going to show y'all right now, and this is a live stream. I am making a BJ Investigates on this, so if you want like a more to the point version of this, there will be one that's like produced and edited with a little more research and all that. Scientology protest. I think I typed in attack dog. Yes. Okay. Okay. So this right here, channel, Scientology audit, streets, LA. Scientologist defender uses dog as weapon. This is from 3 weeks ago. Y'all see this right here? That's the thumbnail if you want to go look it up on your own later. If Ahmad can drop that in the chat, y'all can go watch that later. 3 weeks ago, this man, look, same man, obvious, same outfit. Hold on. See, this is how this man talks. He's full of hatred, demons, darkness, evil, and vitriol. I've been around people like him before, some in my own family, and it's just no helping him. The only thing you can do is get away from him, maybe say a prayer for him, maybe put up a little bubble of protection so his thetans don't attach to you or whatever. Okay. But he's unhinged, deranged, needs conservatorship or jail or something. But look at him. He's got the dog. He's out here sicking the dog on people. I will not be showing that because I don't want to get kicked off the YouTube. You know what I mean? Okay, so it's just a squirrel. Well, listen, I don't want to be. I'm not saying I'm in the squirrel squad. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm looking into it. Because so far, I'm not 100% on whether this man is a Scientologist or not. But I do know he's deranged. Now, and I do know he's been referred to as a Scientology defender in that other video I just showed y'all. I'm going to have to watch it on my own time because I think it's going to be needing to be censored. But what I will say is it appears that he could be associated with the Church of Scientology. Now, on the other hand, the Church of Scientology has made a statement, a press release. No, they haven't. The LAPD has made a statement, a press release about this incident, and the LAPD proclaims that this man has no known association or affiliation with the Church of Scientology. Aaron Smith Levin disagrees. He says, yes, he does, and everybody knows who this man is. Okay, so there's the two sides. What I will say is, if the Church of Scientology is in fact hiring or employing people like this to do their dirty work, then that does tell me a lot of what I need to know about the organization. It does. Yes, it does. A surprise rabbit, please. That's so funny. Oh my God. Okay. So Aaron Smith Levin recognizes him, and he's going to say that's the guy who uses the dog as an attack weapon. I may mute it in the actual altercation just so it's not too much, people have been asking me lately why I censor so much. It's because I don't want to get kicked off YouTube and I want to make them happy. And it's their platform and it's their rules. And some things that I have no way to know was going to get me in some type of trouble, it does. So I'm trying to follow the rules and be a compliant individual so that I can continue to do my free speech to the extent I have it.
Use this dog as a weapon against the squirrel squad. Are you the guy who used
Excuse me?
your dog as a weapon against the squirrel squad?
Okay, I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. And if you have kids in the room, you don't want them to hear curse words and things, get them out. Don't point that at me, number one. I don't know you. Okay, well, don't talk to me. I don't know you. Like, it's just stupid. Don't point that at me. I don't know you. And I don't give a beep about your agenda, is what he said, which sounds like something somebody in a cult would say, like very grandiose and delusional type of like, what are you, agenda? Shut up. I'm biased against this man. I think he's demonic. I really do. Like, the thing is, like, about 3 years ago, I would have told you I was an atheist. But it's like you see evil and you look at it in the eyes over and over again, and you realize that if there is something that dark out here, there better be something else to help you get over it. And I just feel it. I feel it in my soul, in my gut, in my head, in my heart. When somebody acts like this man is about to act, they're possessed. There's no way around it, in my opinion. Innocent until proven guilty. Leave me alone for your own safety. First physical threat. Now, do I think it was a credible threat that would put a reasonable person in apprehension for their safety? Maybe. He does have a dog and a stick, but maybe not. Arguable. That's it. Here it goes. Alter switch. The MK Ultra programming, whatever the man has been through, whatever they've done to him, just snapped. It just snapped. Watch how you can see it happen. You could see the entity possess him. You could see the Thetan fly straight into his spinal cord. Watch. Is that Surge? I think that's the other guy I watch. He's so funny and so beautifully articulate. Like, the things he says is like poetry. Is that him? I can't tell. I don't know what the side of his head looks like, really. Okay, let's. No. Watch the alter switch.
And I lived there. And I had a lot of fun. Dude. That's the guy who used this dog as a weapon against the squirrel squad.
And he could have kept walking. He could have kept walking. Look, the dog.
Guy who used your dog as a weapon against the squirrel squad? Huh?
I feel bad for this dog. He's just wagging his tail. Or what?
Well, I'm on a public sidewalk right here.
Right now. Switched. It gets so much worse. It's just, he should have kept walking. And in my opinion, and from my intuition, I was not there. This is just, armchair quarterback or whatever. But this man didn't think he could get in trouble, in my opinion. He knew he was going to be able to commit acts of violence, plural, on a person, and nothing was going to happen to him. Thank God there were people watching and looking and bailing Aaron Smith Levin out and stuff. Because, they don't know how. It's hard. They don't know how. That's how they act. I will effing KILLU is what he just said after battering Aaron Smith Levin. Now he's projecting. This is one thing that I have noticed that ops and plants and, the movement infiltrators will do is that right as soon as they do something to you, they accuse you of doing it. Like Brian Kuchar started a business in Georgia called That Surprise Witness LLC. Complete stalker behavior. Complete stalker behavior. And then that same month, he sued me in Georgia for allegedly stalking him, trying to get a restraining order. And it's a very powerful tactic. Why? Because it weakens it when you try to say it against them. And I've dealt with this in my lawsuit with Lima Yevremovich, Bam Margera's former guardian. She lied about how someone died while in her care, and I called her out on it. And it kind of feels like similar tactics. You know what I mean? Like, again, I haven't dealt with Scientology, but I have dealt with these fair game, like style bullying tactics. Like Lima Yevremovich had somebody show up at my house at 7:30 p.m. on a Saturday night, banging like that on my door, on my front door, 7:30 p.m. on a Saturday night. I was scared. I thought they were gonna kill me. I didn't know what they were doing. They were there to serve some lawsuit paperwork. Why were they at my house to serve lawsuit paperwork? Only to terrorize me. That was why. Lima had known who my lawyers were for over a year at that point. Over a year at that point, she had known who they were. This bitch showed up to my house, this process server, with a huge box, 300 pages of legal filings on cardstock. And I have heard that is what Scientology does to people. Shows up at your house, not banging on your door. And she came day after day after day. They waited really late to file the filings, like litigation abuse. I've been through it. I'm currently going through it right now if you would like to donate to the legal fund below. But people have told me since I've been dealing with it, this is what Scientology does. This is how Scientology does stuff. Like, it keeps coming up over and over, Scientology, Scientology. And honestly, I have enough powerful, rich organizations and corporations mad at me. I haven't really seen the foothold into the Scientology stuff, so I've kind of left it out of things. But I am very familiar with this type of this type of action where it's what's it called? DARPO, deny, reverse, victim, offender, whatever. Deny, attack. That's what deny. First of all, deny. I don't know you. I don't know what you're doing. Attack, literally, and then reverse the victim and offender. In this case, the man was clearly the offender with the dog. I mean, we saw it on camera. He hit him with a cane. But he reversed it. You attacked me, you mother. And that's a DARVO technique, or DARPO, or whatever. Victim, offender, DARVO. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it's it happens a lot. Good thing we take, yeah, whatever. So let's see. At this moment, he doesn't think anything's going to happen to him. Yeah, I did. You assaulted me. Also, police don't do nothing anymore. They don't do nothing. So, what they're not supposed to be doing. Like, you try to get police show up and do their damn job. Good luck. I don't feel comfortable with people like that walking around on the street. And then we don't even have the peace of mind in our society anymore. In one of the most recognizable cities in the whole world, we don't have the peace of mind to know that if we are viciously attacked violently by lunatics, that we could call anybody and they might do something about it. Aaron Smith Levin ended up chained to the inside of an inmate bathroom when he went to jail in the holding cell. don't get too don't get too lost in your imagination, but what does that imply to you? That they wanted to happen to him or wanted him to think might happen to him, to chain him inside of a bathroom where other people were going to use the bathroom. That was what happened to him when he tried and call and report this violent battery. Yeah, I mean, please. Eh, So what's the timestamp where the cops actually finally show up? Do y'all know?
Every time I do videos about you, you get subscribers. What's up? Why don't you sing a song for us? Scientology. What has it done for you? And take all of my information already. Of course, can you sing Salted Bay? Oh, free, but this is where I live at. Oh, okay. I've seen it. He doesn't understand that the video that you showed him, and so they had to admit that yes, there is enough evidence on there. Yes. The dog being a threat is not a part of what he's being arrested for. He's being arrested for the assault.
Okay, I'm going to go to Aaron Smith Levin's channel. Let me just show y'all this other angle. Okay, I was going to like try and find where the cops show up and stuff. That's going to take too long. I'm going to go to Aaron Smith Levin's channel, Growing Up in Scientology, and let him explain the incident. And then in the BJ Investigates, I'll like show all the clips and stuff. That'll also give me time to edit out and censor for terms and services and all that. Okay. So this is a different angle of it. Let's watch this first. Then we'll go to Aaron Smith Levin's channel. And then, yeah, we'll go in that direction. Okay.
I'm gonna follow Aaron and follow him. That's what a little baby I am. It really is fun. Oh, guys.
And he punched him. Another battery. So one battery was the cane hit. Another felony battery, in my opinion, innocent until proven guilty, was the punch, the physical punch. The other battery was when he just now pointed down to his dog, and you'll see him. He'll point to the dog, go. It's a command. I was raised in Louisiana. I've been around hunting dogs. I've been around the most best trained dogs you ever saw in your damn life. I know when I'm looking at somebody give a dog command. Watch. Then he says, I will effing KILLU. It's a death threat. It's a death threat. And I think it's credible because the man committed battery on him 3 different times, in my opinion. The dog is not a service dog. It needs to be trained much better than that to be a service dog. It just bit him.
Oh.
14 cops, 2 helicopters, 7 cop cars.
Screenshot me that, please. I'm on TikTok, which means I didn't get it on live. But Aaron did. Aaron's phone is locked.
Okay. So let me go to Aaron's channel. Thank you so much, Alicia. The live from that day, there are timestamps. The live from that day has timestamps. Not on mine. Look. There's no timestamp. Oh, down here? No, there's no timestamp. The dog honestly is not innocent. I'm so sorry that I have to hurt y'all's feelings. A dog that's running after somebody and biting them in the middle of a death threat, that's he's just excited. Girl, please, come on, y'all. Come on. Right. And this is the other thing. Oh, God. Made me so mad. Check the comments. Which comments? This is another thing that made me mad. When they showed up, they tell Aaron Smith Levin, at some point eventually they say, we got to arrest you if we arrest him. And they handcuffed him, put him in the back of the car, did all that stuff, took him into the station. But this man right here, he apparently had 5 knives, weapons, all kind of stuff in his pockets that again, a violent criminal, in my opinion. The man needs to face charges. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. And the reason that he's walking around acting like this is because he clearly has not been held accountable for what he has already done. Aaron said he put the gimbal in the dog's mouth so he wouldn't get bitten. It's really not up for debate and discussion. You can have your opinion if you want to. In my opinion, a dog running after somebody whose owner is threatening to kill that somebody is just point blank unacceptable. Where I'm from, they bring the dogs around back behind the shed for that. I'm just so sorry. I don't know. Maybe it's a cultural thing. I love a dog. It could be a member of your family, but when it acts crazy and violent in tangent with its owner, they didn't even pat him down. This violent lunatic, this deranged demon did not get patted down after turning over all those weapons. But Aaron Smith Levin, who called the cops because he was threatened with his life and beaten, punched, hit with weapons, chased by a beast. Okay. Yes, it is.
They just can't arrest the guy who has a dog. So I think they are waiting for.
Another thing y'all have told me about Scientology is they know the laws really well. I haven't actually seen a lot of proof of that. It seems to me they don't know the laws at all, and they just ram their way through court with bullying tactics and stuff like that. But apparently you can't arrest somebody who has a dog with them. So isn't that convenient? Isn't that a good reason for Scientology to train up a dog to attack people and give it to this man to go and threaten people's life with?
Some I don't know, canine something or other to come and get the dog. They asked us to give them space so that it would be easier to put him in cuffs. That was about. I
would have said, no, I'm not giving you space. This is a public place and you can arrest him right here in view of the public. It's like all of it. No. I've dealt with these LAPD at the Stanley Moss Courthouse and no, that's not how no. And this is what you have to do, because the people who act like deranged, violent sociopaths, nothing ever happens to them. They don't get in trouble. They get to stand on the street and get treated like royalty. People following rules. Oh, yeah, I'll give you space. No, hell no. You have a gun and bulletproof vests. Nothing's going to happen to you. Handcuff this man and take him to the damn station. No. Okay. So let me go to his channel. He did a live yesterday. Where was it? This. Okay. Let's get through the Vegamore ad.
Oh no, you were never arrested.
FanDuel Casino has your chance at the #1 fee. Winning ringside
Stations that occurred. We're gonna include unhinged psycho. The guy goes back.
Okay, so I guess this is as good a place to start as any. He's talking about the officer. So there was the officer showed up and made the arrest, Tim something. I'm reading y'all's comments. Yeah, no, I'm not saying anything about a pit bull specific at all. A Chihuahua could be, trained to do this. The issue is the bigger the dog is, the more harm it can actually inflict on a human in the immediate moment. I mean, I know a Chihuahua could bite you and you could get an infection, but like, you know what I mean? Like you can kind of fight off a Chihuahua, a Yorkie, a little baby tiny poodle a lot easier than a pit bull or a Doberman Pinscher or a bulldog or whatever. Okay. Yeah, no, I know. It's terrible. Your Honor, where do we live? Where do we live? What is this? Timothy Talman. Thank you. Timothy Talman. Apparently he's an actor. His dad was an actor. He's, starting to notice a pattern here with everyone being an actor, but what do I know? Here we go.
We're gonna find out what text messages and phone calls occurred between Officer Timothy Talman and his Scientology overlords. You guys might think, aren't you? How do we know anything? There's any real connection there, guys? We are going to have days and weeks and weeks and months to lay all of the connections out between Scientology and the Celebrity Center and the Office of Special Affairs and this officer. William Good, Streets LA, has already been tweeting a lot of the photos and the articles that Scientology has written in their magazines with Officer Talman, Officer being at the Celebrity Center, getting awards from Scientology, all that kind of stuff. It's exactly what you would expect. And this website right here is called Watch the Watchers, and Timothy C. Talman. Guys, this guy, how he interacted with me, not only on the streets of Hollywood, but in the station, this guy is...
I love Watch the Watchers.
It's like perfect, typical movie villain, tyrannical police officer. Absolute unhinged psycho. The guy goes back and forth between yelling at you and giving you orders and being, oh, real nice. No, are you okay? Do you need an order to check out? Are you doing okay?
It's giving declassified CIA documents. If you know, you know. Like, what is this?
All right. Would you like some water? Okay. All right. Typical, like you couldn't write a more perfect like police officer villain than this guy. And it's not just from the experience I just had with the guy. Streets LA, William Good knows all about this guy. This guy was on the top of even after what happened yesterday when I was still in custody. On the top of the Wilcox police station, on the roof, looking down, laughing at the protesters who were assembled outside, waiting.
Even after all the big fiasco, all the big blow up, he was outside taunting and terrorizing protesters as a police officer who put his hand on presumably a Bible and promised to uphold the United States Constitution, the First Amendment of which protects our right to protest.
For my release. I mean, the fact that this guy did what he did, knowing tens of thousands of people are watching. Some of the things that we've said is they really can't get away when we say that we can be talking about Scientology, we can be talking about the LAPD, that to a certain extent, they can't quite get away with the stuff that they used to be able to get away with because everyone's watching now. That's something that we've said because it's something that to a certain extent is true. The fact that this guy did what he did, knowing everyone was watching, shows how dangerous.
I've dealt with this before as well. This is a deep cut, but if you follow me for a while, it was in LA. And to be honest, the man looked very similar to this man. He had this sort of gray cataract eyes and the quick to aggression, but the man that I dealt with was seemingly much taller. So it's a different person. But it was Chloe Malos, who is a CNN journalist, reporter, whatever, her bodyguard at a Free Britney protest rally, but I had gotten there not for the rally. I got there at about 4 o'clock in the morning to wait outside of the courthouse to go watch the Britney Spears hearing, which wasn't happening until 1:30. But they only give 10 seats to the public, only 10 seats. The most highly followed case of that year, the media, guess how many seats they got? 60. They got 60 and we got 10. So I get there really early and I line up right outside the courthouse. Prim, my fiance, had gotten there earlier than me and they were giving him a hard time. Excuse me. They were giving him a hard time. They were saying, they meaning the news, who already has 60 seats inside, they're already setting up their cameras. And they said, hey, we don't want anybody in our shot in the front of the courthouse. Can you move? And Prim probably usually would have moved, but he was kind of saving my spot at the front of the line to make sure, I was going to be there all day. I wasn't going to move. So, and I was getting dressed. So they ended up going get the security guards. The security guard got the cop. I mean, it was a whole thing, but Prim was kind of like, dude, I'm sorry. I understand where you're coming from, but you don't have more of a right to be in the courthouse than me. So this is what it really looks like out here. I'm in the front of the courthouse. So just film it. Because he wanted to save the spot. Because that was the whole reason I went. I mean, we flew over there for this hearing. Like, we had to be in there. And I wasn't letting nobody take my spot. So by the time I got there, Chloe Malos's bodyguard, who me and Chloe Malos already had beef. She had already blocked me, the CNN reporter, because she had made some false statements as a reporter, fake news. And lied straight to my face on multiple occasions. And so I had beef with her, whatever. And so her bodyguard knew who I was, and he was acting like this. He was acting crazy. And then as soon as I picked my phone up and went live, all of a sudden he didn't have nothing else to say. He wasn't saying anything else. He had no more problems. And I never heard a peep from the man again. I shouldn't say all of a sudden. There was like about a 5-minute period of time where he had his camera out, like these people do. And he was like, you're live to thousands. And I said, that's fine. Hey, follow that Surprise Witness TV. Because right now it's 4 o'clock in the morning and I got 275 people watching you. So, hey, follow me. Well, he put that camera up. Wasn't nobody watching shit. But as soon as he was getting observed, he didn't like it. And I realized when I've been followed before, I've been followed by private investigators and things like that. As soon as you take your camera and start doing it right back, that's like the kryptonite. This man, apparently he didn't think he was going to be on camera. He didn't think nobody was going to care. But here it is.
This guy is. Okay, so here is the first piece of the press release. Share this. Let's take a look at this. Okay, this went out today. Statement from the LAPD regarding an arrest in the Hollywood area. The Los Angeles Police Department is aware of a video circulating depicting an altercation between two individuals near a Church of Scientology building. Both parties were transported to Hollywood Station for further investigation. Interesting, you notice it just says transported. It doesn't say arrested. And it also implies that there was a further investigation. Okay, it says, in addition to interviewing the parties involved, detectives reviewed a significant amount of video evidence. After much consideration, only one individual was arrested for battery. The individual arrested has no known association with the Church of Scientology. Okay, let's stop right there, you guys.
Okay, so Aaron Smith-Levin is about to shout out to Point and Shoot. He makes really good content too. Yeah, I don't think he was worried about the camera. I don't know if he was not worried or if he just didn't realize like it was actually going to be seen. I really don't know. But Aaron Smith-Levin is about to fact check on some of this press release. And he's reading the press release from the LAPD.
Actual F. Let me clarify some things. I'm still looking at the statement, even though I'm not sharing it. It says, in addition to interviewing the parties involved, let me be 100% crystal clear about this. I was not once, not even for a moment, interviewed in the police station. I was kept handcuffed with my hands behind my back, chained to a bench for over 4 hours. I was not asked any questions. I was not interviewed. I was not brought into a room with anyone who wanted to interview me. I was not asked questions which I refused to answer. Not once. After the first hour and a half of me sitting handcuffed, chained to a steel bench, a detective Aludo came out
Aludo.
and said, almost verbatim, he said, Aaron, hey, look, sorry, we're desperately trying to unscrew this as fast as we can. By the way, that's exactly what he said. To me, that was an admission that he knew this was a big mistake and was very wrong.
Aludo.
Trying to unscrew this, and he's talking about interviewing people. And I said, I don't understand. You do understand that the entire assault and everything that led up to it was captured on camera in multiple angles by multiple people and viewed by tens of thousands of people. Like, I said, why are you talking about having to like interview people? Like, the video shows what happened. And he goes, oh, that's where I was getting to. And I was like, can I get these handcuffs in front of my body instead of behind my back? It hurts. He says, we'll get to that. And he basically asked me, where can we see the videos? By the way, this is after officer after officer after officer on the scene had already seen a dozen different versions of these.
It's a tactic to try and break you down. That's what it is. It's called crazy making. And I know some of y'all don't like the word crazy, but that's how it's called. Crazy making. It's like a tactic that makes you kind of second guess your reality, making you fatigued physically and also spiritually and emotionally. And it's to wear you down. And I think this whole entire thing was an attempt by the LAPD specifically to stop Aaron Smith Levin from actually asking them to do anything. I think they didn't want to investigate this series of batteries. They did not want to hold the Church of Scientology responsible in any way, because they're even still distancing the church from this vicious, violent attack. And it seems to me like the LAPD would go so far as to commit crimes, cover up crimes, and abuse somebody who was merely exercising their rights. Now, why is the question I wonder? Why? A lot of people are saying, and I got to be honest, it came to my mind, is the cop a Scientologist? Is he associated with it so that he has a personal interest in it? Maybe not. Is he scared of the Church of Scientology? Probably. He's probably afraid of their power and what they can do. So maybe he wouldn't want to hold them accountable. I mean, the thing that makes me shudder to think about is, can the LAPD do anything to the Church of Scientology? I mean, it's starting to seem like they don't even actually have the power to do that. Why? Why is there never a crackdown? Why is there never an investigation? I mean, there's former Scientologists out here on YouTube saying that these people are abusing children in unimaginable, unspeakable, unforgivable ways in hotels in Los Angeles. And I've never seen an investigation happen. And it's like, why? I mean, the easy thing to say is like the cops are in on it, but like beyond that, why? How are they in on it? What's the relationship? Who's talking to who? What would happen if they weren't in on it? What would happen if they turn? Are they compromised? What, I'm curious. It makes me wonder. But it's clear to me, in my opinion. Oh, maybe this is financial. They use LAPD for off-duty security. Maybe they won't be able to be having that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if any of this is true. I don't know. What I do know is it seems pretty obvious to me that these cops did not want to pursue charges against that other man, and at the expense of actually abusing and violating the Constitution, abusing a person who was in their care, using prison camp tactics on them, things that they've used at Guantanamo. I mean, like literally torture, just to avoid having to prosecute this man. It makes me wonder. And I mean, then why don't they? April's saying LAPD can take on the church. Well, then what is going on here? Somebody, anybody. Oh, he was in the Navy? Well, that makes sense. That adds up. Who's the biggest donations coming from? Somebody said, guess who the biggest donations to the church? I would assume it's celebrities, like some type of celebrities. The Church of Scientology has a kiosk at the LA precinct. I thought that was in like 2013. Is that still up? Stop it. Oh, I need a receipt. Where's the receipt? Because if this is receipt proven, LAPD is the biggest donor to the Church of Scientology. Our tax dollars. If they have money to donate stuff, they need to put it back into something else. They're donating it to a religious organization. That don't make sense to me. Oh.
And I said, well, if I had a computer, I could show you the videos. He goes, well, where can we look it up? And I directed him to my channel. I said, just go to YouTube, look up Growing Up in Scientology, look at my
He already saw them videos. Everybody in that damn building saw the videos already.
most recent live stream.
What they try to do, though, and I've had this happen to me as well, it's called oppositional research or opposition research. And what you're trying to do is gather intel. You're trying to see how many angles of the video, the cops, that's you. The cops are trying to see, does Aaron Smith Levin only have one angle of this? Because we might be able to make something up. I'm not saying this is what happened. I'm saying it could have been. We might be able to, over here in this room, get our story together so that it doesn't look quite as bad, right? That's what they were trying to do. They knew where the video was. They knew it was all over the internet. They were trying, and Aaron Smith Levin should not have answered any questions. He should have said, I would like to speak to my lawyer. I am under arrest. This ain't legal advice. But this isn't legal advice. But if you're ever arrested in a holding cell, you don't have to answer a damn question. Not one. Not one. What's your name? Lawyer. Lawyer is my name. That's not legal advice. That's what I would do. I need a lawyer is my name. Oh, I see. Okay, opposite. Okay, opposite. That makes sense. So they're bribing them. I got it. I got you. So that makes sense. That's a financial conflict of interest. So maybe that could answer the question. But nobody was in there asking him that because they didn't know. Please, for the love of God. The LAPD with their $1 billion budget couldn't go and type in growing up in science. They knew. They were trying to see if they could source out where the information was so that they didn't look stupid whenever they were contradicted by 18 angles of this. That's what it was, in my opinion.
Streaming for all I know, because I gave my phone to someone when you arrested me, or when I was arrested. And I said, fast forward to about the 15, 20, 25 minute mark, and you'll see exactly what happened, at least from that one angle. But there's many other angles.
Yep.
He said, okay, hang tight. We're going to get this right.
I didn't even see that part. I knew that's why they were asking. They were trying to figure out, did Aaron know about the other angles? Are there other angles? They were trying to figure that out. And they got his answer and he left. I'm not a psychic. I'm just used to it. I'm educated on it. I've dealt with it. I've been in these rooms. I've had people ask me questions that were out of context that didn't make no damn sense. You got to ask yourself why people are asking you stuff.
I expected he was going to go watch the video that he, for some reason, had not seen up until that point. And then
He saw it.
he was going to come back and let me go.
He wanted to know if there was another angle, and you told him that there were.
I was there for 2.5 more hours. I was there. I never saw the detective again.
Torture in handcuffs.
No one ever came out and asked me any more questions at all. Zero. In fact, I kept being told, I kept demanding to know, can someone explain to me why I haven't spoken to the detective yet? Can someone explain it to me? And they said, because you haven't been processed yet. I said, well, then why haven't I been processed yet? They said, oh, because it takes a while. I said, oh.
They were trying to fatigue him. So he said, you know what? I'm done with this. I'm leaving. They stole his freedom. They violated his rights. They acted incorrectly. They made a bad arrest, and they just wanted him. They wanted to wait him out. They just wanted to wait him out.
The entire time I was there, I was told I was being arrested and processed and detained. And by the way, the protesters who would come in, actually, Attorney Granberry even went into the police station to find out what's going on. He was told, the people who inquired on my behalf were told I was being booked and detained and fingerprinted and everything and would probably have to stay there through the weekend.
They told them that, in my opinion. I'm going to write a book about this one day. I already started it. But in my opinion, they told the protesters that because they wanted them to go home. They didn't want to say, we're letting him out in 4 hours. They wanted the protesters to go home. They wanted to be able to get in control of the story. Because whether or not they're in bed with Scientology or not is irrelevant to the fact that they had a PR problem on their hands now, the LAPD. So they wanted, in my opinion, my analysis of the situation, all the protesters to go home. Shit, we got to come back Monday because he's not going to be out. They wanted them, once the protesters dissipated, Aaron to leave out. And in the midst of the night, they probably were going to hold him there till 2, 3 a.m., let him out, middle of the night, no news, no fanfare, everybody's tired. No. They were trying to get a hold, thank you very much, for the super chat. They were trying to get a hold of the media narrative. They were trying to take that into their hands. They wanted to protect their PR image, the LAPD at this point. And that's why they were telling 2 different versions of the story. They were lying to someone.
When I came from the police station, those people did not know I was about to come out. I actually assumed, just because I knew there was a huge crowd out front. And I assumed that they probably went out there and said, okay, everybody get back, he's going to be coming out. No, they was a very good likelihood I was going to be there all weekend. This is how dishonest the police are during this whole process. Okay, so I'm going on about this because it says, in addition to interviewing the parties involved, isn't it interviewing the parties involved? If they interviewed anyone, it would have been the other guy who assaulted me, Patrick. But how could they have learned anything new by interviewing the guy?
They did interview him. When they asked, where do I find the video? And he said, my channel, but there's many angles and it's all over. That was the interview. That was the intel they needed. They needed to know, can we confiscate his device? Is the video out there? How many angles are out there? Are we in control of those people? That's the interview. And that's why you don't answer questions. Or maybe that's why you do, because it did allow him to get released. I think I don't know what they would have done if he would have answered different, but for some reason they wanted to know how many angles there were. And did Aaron Smith Levin know about those angles?
Not if he did anything wrong. You see where I'm going with this? They did not learn anything new. They did not have any new information by the time they released me than they had before they decided to arrest me. This was a pure police intimidation tactic.
Yes.
It was completely illegal.
Yep.
It was totally a false arrest.
Yes.
And now the LAPD is putting out false information to the media about it. Okay, so let's go back to this one. Again, it says, in addition to interviewing the parties involved, a blatant false statement. I was never interviewed. And I was the one who made the original complaint that I was assaulted. Never interviewed. Okay, okay, I'll share this next tab here. Let me make sure you guys can see that. Okay, this is page 2 of the thing. Oh, my bad. I gotta go back to page 1 because I didn't show you the whole thing. Okay.
Los Angeles Police Department aware. Okay. Let him get to the next page because I don't want to share any personal information on accident.
Okay, they actually put out the information on the guy who assaulted me. The individual is Patrick Perry, 52 years old, booking number 67453.
I don't think that's his name. I think it's not a real name. That's my opinion.
So I'm gonna need some experts in the chat to let me know what this means.
Okay, so they do say on the police, what's it called? Release. On the press release, they do say that he was released on his own recognizance. But they also say that he had a $20,000 bond. That I don't understand. Also, he talks about the fact that it's a misdemeanor assault. So felony assault is assault with a deadly weapon or a threat to inflict like serious bodily harm on someone that would place a person in reasonable apprehension for their blah blah blah. But usually there has to be like a and you had a weapon, or and you acted on the threat, or something like that. It can't just, it's like it's a greater thing. Each state's different, whatever. But I think in every state, threatening to KILL someone while you're actively punching them and hitting them and screaming obscenities at them unprovoked is a felony assault. And I think there's probably 3 to 5 separate incidents within the interaction that would qualify, in my opinion, innocent till proven guilty, but to be charged at least with it. And again, I mean, this is so egregious that what the LAPD is telling me, what they're telling you, despite the fact that they take hundreds of millions of dollars from the taxpayers each, few years or whatever, they are saying you are not free to exercise your First Amendment right to protest outside of a public building, or in a public place outside of a building that's viewable by the public. They are saying if you get beaten, battered, attacked, and have your life threatened while you are engaged in a First Amendment protected activity, you will be arrested. You will be tortured. You will be further battered. You will be kidnapped, held prisoner, unlawfully arrested, fatigued, and exhausted, lied about, and you will get no justice. So don't you dare call us if somebody threatens your life. That's what the LAPD is telling me, because I'm not going to call them now. Now, if I get beat with a cane in the middle of the street in LA, I'll have to take matters into my own hands because I don't want to get arrested. You see how the slope done slipped? Do you see the behaviors that the LAPD is incentivizing? Officer Talmer, or whatever his damn name, he needs to lose his damn job. Yes, he does. He don't need to be in charge of no guns and things like that. It's a known street gang. It's known. It's known. They are a private cartel that is owned and directed by private individuals. That is the LAPD. One more time for the people in the back. The LAPD is a private cartel funded by taxpayers, directed by a private group of individuals with private interests. That is what the LAPD is. Yes, it is. Speaking of, I got a story coming out real soon about a girl who might have died at Cher's residence that's being covered up. Might have. I don't know. I'm going to lay out all the evidence, and then I'm going to let y'all try and tell me why the LAPD has these files hidden. We'll get to it. All right. So then in Aaron's video, he does then talk about how he's upset, and rightfully so, because so am I, that they charged the man with misdemeanor assault instead of felony battery. Okay. Let's see.
That he did. He included a death threat in his assault, and that's what makes it a felony assault and not misdemeanor.
Somebody correct me in the live chat or the comments if you can, but if I'm wrong, sorry. Aaron is a lawyer, somebody said last night. Is that true? He's okay. They let him out.
So, do you see what the LAPD is doing here? Do you see what they're doing? The police intimidation started when he basically said to me, "Oh yeah, we can arrest him for you. But if we do, we're gonna have to arrest you as well." They were trying to intimidate me into dropping the whole thing.
Yeah.
How in the world? Actually, let me see. Let me make sure I'm not getting ahead of myself here. Yes. Okay. Let's go back.
So y'all are saying no, he is not a lawyer.
This one. How in the world can the LAPD put out a statement saying the individual arrested has no known association with the Church of Scientology? How is the LAPD qualified to make a statement such as that? It sounds like they're issuing that statement as if the statement comes from themselves.
it is interesting. Like what they went and did research with our taxpayer dollars instead of this. The Church of Scientology states, according to the Church of Scientology, they don't know who this individual is and he has no known relation or whatever, but he does. It's this right here. Look, here's this association. I mean, if they were going to do some research, here it is. But it's true. It's a good point. I didn't notice. I didn't realize it when when I saw it. But yeah, good point. What do you mean? Who is the LAPD to say if somebody has a known association with somebody?
Now, perhaps the Scientology officials who liaise with the LAPD, like Kirsten Matano, perhaps they told the LAPD this guy has no association with Scientology. The statement from the LAPD should reflect that accurately. The statement should say, the Church of Scientology said that this individual has no known association with them. That'd be a little different. Okay, let's go back to this one more time. He was released on his own recognizance. The other party was interviewed and released. As we determined, that's a false statement. Okay. The Los Angeles Police Department is also aware of an increasing number of activists in and around the Church of Scientology in the Hollywood area. The Los Angeles Police Department is committed to protecting those exercising religious freedom.
That I found interesting as well. That they say, we are aware of people practicing their First Amendment activities. And then it says, we're committed to protecting those practicing religious freedom. Why'd they say that first? They're not talking about that. They're talking about people getting violently attacked. It's almost as if the LAPD is like hinting here. If you go out there and protest, you are liable to get arrested too. It's what I take it as a threat. And I'm just saying how I'm interpreting it, because like if I was going to go, let's say I was going to go protest. Now we have the LAPD calling them activists. What are they? The police department is aware. Big Brother is aware of an increasing number of activists. It's like one step away from saying they're rioters in and around the Church of Scientology. The LAPD is committed to protecting those exercising religious freedom. What? I mean, they should. They absolutely should be doing that. They better be doing that. But it's weird that they put that first. And the way, I don't know, the wording, it's just feeling a little bit like a threat. I take it as that. I would be scared to go now based on what they said.
As well as
if I wasn't before, which I was.
Exercising their First Amendment rights. Amidst the controversy and ongoing investigations into the interactions between these two groups, updates will be provided as more information on the matters become available. Super interesting. I thought you guys who might not have seen it yesterday might be interested in some of this footage of the arrest.
See, this they need to bring up in their lawsuit. He has a lawyer, thank goodness, Grant Berry, but Grant Berry is his lawyer, and he was told at the police station that Aaron Smith Levin was going to be booked, which means he should have been allowed to talk to his lawyer. So they need to bring this up. If they were just holding him there and not letting him leave and saying he was going to be booked to his lawyer, I'll just say they should bring that up in the lawsuit.
So let me just show it to you. It doesn't last very long, but it is pretty entertaining. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, good. He has the clips.
Amazing. Someone at the meetup last night said hilarious catchphrase: "Come on vacation, leave on probation." There's a form that I was given when they released me that I'm going to share with you guys. I'm going to read for you guys because their story basically changed. Their story became, "Oh no, you were never arrested."
One thing about liars is their stories always do change. The stories of a liar will always change because they either can't remember it or they realize a new version that works better for their lie or whatever. But the story's always changing.
You were never arrested. You were just being detained for further investigation. God, it's funny. You might forgive me for being a little confused about that. Being forcefully handcuffed.
There was no reason for him to be forcibly handcuffed either. There really wasn't.
My Miranda rights.
Like, or brought to jail or any of it.
Stuck in a police car, having all my belongings taken from me, and being left handcuffed and chained to a bench for 4 hours. God, is that how the LAPD investigates? You see, detained for further investigation. Normally, and I don't know much, guys, because I grew up in a cult, but I see a question here. I don't want this to start. I grew up in a cult, but don't investigations usually involve asking someone questions? So If I was
They did the investigation they needed to do, which was how big has this already gotten? Because if there were not so many people's eyes on this, ears on this, all that, I mean, Aaron, I'm not saying Aaron Smith Levin wouldn't have still been able to get out here and do what he wanted to do, say what he wanted to say, but I am saying I think LAPD would have handled it very differently. And so the interview that they conducted was they needed to know how big it had gotten. And then, of course, we need to unscrew that. I'm trying to unscrew this. Where can I find your video?
for an investigation, that would imply an investigation. What someone wanted to further investigate.
They didn't want to investigate for the truth, though, Aaron. They wanted to investigate for themselves to cover up what they had done.
But if someone wanted to further investigate, that would have required them to actually ask me any questions. If they didn't ask me any questions, then why did they detain me? If they weren't going to investigate, why was I detained? If I was detained for an investigation, why was there no investigation? If there was no investigation, then why was I released? What new information did the LAPD have by the time they decided to release me?
None. They didn't investigate. It was a tactic to steal his freedom from him for practicing a First Amendment protected activity, a constitutionally protected activity. And we see this all the time. I mean, I've covered so many First Amendment auditors on this channel, which is basically what this is.
They didn't have when they decided to arrest me in the first place. It's absolutely crazy. I'm seeing another here that I want to star, another comment that I miss. When they put me in the back of that car, by the way, the cuffs hurt so bad. I actually asked them to, they said they put two sets of handcuffs on and then connected the handcuffs to each other. I mean, these guys are out of control tyrants. And that's what Scientology is as well, a bunch of out of control tyrants. And thank God we have cameras everywhere. Thank God for all the live streamers. Thank God for the TikTok squad and William Good and the hundreds of supporters who came out yesterday. Yes, the LAPD did this regardless, but they're not going to get away with it. And one of the main reasons they're not going to get away with it is because of all of you who were there and who recorded it from a gazillion angles. And we're going to humiliate them with their errors. Anything they try to do, we're going to use it against them, just like we're doing with Scientology. Let me see here. Okay. Yeah. So this is the form. I'm actually going to post a copy of the form on my community tab. It's called a certificate of release. By the way, I was also given this one card. Oh, I've got a story to tell you. Let me not forget. So this is the card I was given.
Say thank you for the super chat, Alicia. Officer Tellman training the rookie cops. Oh, showing them how to act. Good. Perfect. I don't know if they do. They might understand. Cora Bell said, do they not understand the whole world was watching? I'm from Ireland and was disgusted at what happened. I do think there has been a little bit of an uptick recently in Scientology coverage and like squirrel activities. And I can speak for my own personal self. A big reason for that was because Rabbit, but also like Serge, she had Serge Delmar on, and he was talking a lot about the children. And I'm paraphrasing here. I would invite y'all to go watch his channel because he's a former Scientology kid, like he was grown up in it and stuff. And one thing he mentioned that kind of I haven't been able to shake, it's such a compelling argument, is we hear all these Scientology stories from, you know, the Mike Renders and the Leah Remini's and even Tom Cruise. You know, we hear it from the adults, and the ones who have defected, the ones who have left Scientology, they, you know, all of them are talking bad about it and stuff that we know about or whatever. And, you know, Sir just said, that's all, you know, fine and good or whatever. But those people were also abusing children when they were in Scientology. And he kind of says, you know, I haven't seen them taking responsibility for that. Like, where do we draw the line where it's like, okay, yeah, we can have sympathy for an adult that like gets into a cult, or even an adult that was born into a cult. But these ones that then choose to go into it, and then they make the choice to abuse children and abuse people, and they never, you know, accept responsibility for it or things. And it's like, wow, you know what? I haven't been able to forget about it, because he's like talking about kids that are being abused. And he's like, they're like, it's trafficking, because they'll take them in from other countries. They'll take them in from, you know, differently developed places and things. And they put them in these hotels and they're servicing adults. And it's like, wow, you know what? Like, oh, and I don't know, for me, it's like kind of made it more, I wonder, I mean, that's why I started reading Dianetics, because I don't want to take only one source of info, right? Like, let me read your little book. Let me see what it is. I mean, so far so good. Nothing crazy happening yet, other than you got to get in control of your reactive mind. But some don't seem like they know how to do that even. So I don't know if I want to take their advice on how to do that, because they don't seem to be equipped to do it themselves.
With the serial number of Talman and Murado. And I guess on the back, detained, what does this say? Detention with detectives, certificate of release issued. Yeah. Can you believe that no one interviewed me at the police station? Can you believe they held on to me for 4 hours?
Yes.
Just to let
Yes. I've seen this happen to Sean Reyes for First Amendment audits. Police does not like anywhere. No police anywhere are big, huge fans of transparency or accountability. So if you're videoing them, it's usually, yeah, something crazy. And I've seen Sean Reyes be beaten by police, imprisoned, incarcerated, falsely accused, all of that. Yes. And especially, yes, I absolutely can believe that the LAPD did it. Yes, I can.
Guys, after the first 3 hours, I was there 4 hours total. So after the first 3 hours, I got to the point where my shoulders I was in a significant amount of pain. And there's something about being, handcuffed and shackled and attached to objects that really makes you feel like a criminal, like an animal. And for a while, I was sitting there just feeling that I really had no rights.
It's another part of it. It's another part to take you and isolate you from your family, your support system, your community, and your surroundings in order to put you in this prison hell and remind you that they could do this to you at any time. They could lock you up in a bathroom and let anybody do anything to you. Nobody's really going to be able to stop them. That was what it's for. It's for to remind you of that.
They should be, thankful if they were to ever release me. And the longer I sat there, the more I actually got just filled with rage and fury. That
yes. When he had this part of when I was like skimming through this video last night, I was kind of like skipping through. I saw some of this and I didn't see some of it. When he got to this part, I was like, yes, welcome to activism. Welcome to the front lines. And I know, listen, obviously this man knows how to be an activist. He got 230 subscribers. He's a very prominent anti-Scientology spokesperson. He knows I'm not stupid, I'm not glib. He knows how to be an activist, but there is a moment, everybody can point to it, when you are so personally violated, either yourself or personally violated on behalf of like a family member, a sister, a mom, and you just see the whole soft white underbelly, if you know what I mean. And you're just incensed. It's like, that's the moment that an activist is born. Like, that's the moment. And Aaron probably has had many moments like this. I don't know his story. I don't know all that, but I can imagine he's had many. But when he was saying this, it's like, yeah, you have that wake up. Like, what the hell? They have me falsely imprisoned. The people that are supposed to protect and serve me have me falsely imprisoned for calling after, there's this, and it happened to me in this Lima lawsuit. She tried to do the same thing. She sued me in federal court. It didn't work. She had a chance to amend her shit. It wasn't going to work. Then she sent her little friend, Brian Kuchar, to try and get restraining order against me. In my opinion, that's what she did. And then she's also sending throngs of bots online to attack me, and it's all to wear you down. She sued me in California for a temporary restraining order and for $20,000 if I lost, thinking that I was so tired and beat down and fatigued that I just wouldn't be able to fight against her. Well, she fucking learned. Yes, she did. But there was one kind of moment during all of that where I was feeling kind of isolated and disoriented. And I was like, they say it, the process is the punishment. The process of suing you like that, scorched earth, torture, banging on your door in the middle of the night, days in a row for no reason. It's to wear you down psychologically. Unfortunately, for Lima, the way that my brain is set up, the way that my neurotransmitters work, I'm sure she'd love to get it up under her little magnifying glass aura heads. I'm sure she would love to study this brain because it don't work like she thinks it's going to work. The way my brain works is when I'm being viciously attacked, I have these moments where I'm just, outraged. I know my rights. I know I have the right to say my opinion, and I'm going to keep saying it. Hell, high water, bankruptcy, death. The last thing I say is going to be something I have the right to say. I ain't going to stop it. And it's because I had to be bullied and abused, harassed, tortured, violated, maliciously prosecuted by Lima. And I just, no, Fuck you. I'm not going to put up with it. No, I'm fighting. I have rights and I can talk. And it's like, this is where legends are made moment. The thing that they're pushing and trying to break you with, you turn into a diamond under all that pressure. And nothing can break no diamond, girl.
For being assaulted, I was now being treated like an animal and being made to feel like this is what I deserved. I deserved to be treated like this. And I started to get furious. And I started to tell myself, I don't have to sit here in pain. I have rights. Like, I'm in actual pain. For what? For what? Like, for nothing. And so, there was some officer standing there with nothing to do with me, but I didn't. He was just always standing in the hallway, and I started shouting, "Excuse me, officer! I'm in a lot of pain. Who is it that can help me with it?" "Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why you're here." I don't care if you know why I'm here. I'm in pain. Someone needs to do something about it. Who can I talk to?
We've seen this in Clearwater. Yes, we did see this. What is it? Pinellas County, where Bam Margera, they lied about him. Lima and Stephen Timmer said he was ripping some prostitute titty out or something. I'm just saying I'm quoting them. Okay. And assaulting people at this hotel in Clearwater or Pinellas County somewhere. And the police show up, they handcuff Bam, and he's like, "I'm hurt. I've broken my shoulder. Like, this is a very uncomfortable position for me. Please, I'm not going to run away. Just can you please put the handcuffs in front of me?" And the reason they were arresting him was on a 5150 style thing in Florida. And or Baker Act, Marchman Act, and they said, yeah, they're not supposed to be comfortable, buddy. He wasn't being arrested for a crime. There was no proof of the crime. There was no assault. They were arresting him for Baker/Marchman Act. They're not supposed to be comfortable. It's like they're telling you part of why we do this is to harm you. Part of why we do this is to torture you physically. It's like, duh, like they're not supposed to be comfortable. That's what they say. Handcuffs aren't supposed to be comfortable. That's what they'll tell you. So I know it hurts and I don't give a beep. That's what they're telling you.
Someone will come out. "Oh, someone's going to be with you shortly." "Oh, someone? I don't know someone, and I don't know when shortly is. If you can't help me."
They're trying to break them, get them to commit a crime, so then they could really book them for something, and then they could just act like that was the reason.
"That's fine." Then the next officer would come out. "Excuse me, officer." I was talking to officers who had nothing to do with anything. "Excuse me, officer. I'm in a lot of pain right now. Who is it that's in charge of me as I'm sitting here on this bench? Who is it that can help me? I need you to go find who is it that can help me." "Oh, it's the watch commander." "Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know the watch commander. I don't know anyone here. Can you find the watch commander for me?" Anyway, I made a big deal about it. And someone transported me from the bench where I had to have my hands cuffed.
Squirrel asked, SP Squirrel, this is such a funny name and a funny little squirrel picture. I love squirrels. I do. I've always had an affinity for them. And that's why I wrote my new song, A Squirrel is Acting Up, which we will listen to at the end of this. But SP Squirrel said, was I aware that the Church of Scientology has rehab facilities that do alternative treatments? It's called Narconon. Yes, I was. Because first time I found out about it, my dad had recently passed away. If y'all have been on the channel for a while, it was drug related. And so I was looking for support groups for it's called Al-Anon and something else. But it's for family members. It's not AA. It's for the family members of the people that's, struggling with the substance use and stuff. But when I was looking for the name of the support group, this thing came up, Narconon. But what came up was like Reddit forums and stuff. It was like, don't do this because it's Scientology or whatever. And again, I didn't look into it, especially at that time. I didn't have the energy. I didn't have the time. But recently it came back around to my attention because I was looking for rehab facility, alternative treatment programs in Mexico called Anexos, which Cher put her son into one of them, allegedly, according to public media reports. These Anexos are like alternative healing treatments. So I was looking through the different types of treatment centers in Mexico and stuff, and just a page came up. I didn't even know it was about Scientology till I got to the bottom, and then I saw Narconon, and I was like, oh my God, I think this is the Scientology people. So they have rehab set up even in Mexico, it seems. Squirrel is acting out. Exactly. Okay. Al-Anon, Alateen, offshoots of AA, NA, and Narcolon is something different. Exactly. Yeah. And I was confused by it at the time. Okay.
On my back, to what they call one of the tanks. where you can have your hands uncuffed and one hand is free and another hand is handcuffed to the bench so that your shoulders are at least mobile. So what happened is when one of the rookies was assigned to move me from the bench to the holding cell.
Listen to this. It is appalling. He said one of the rookies was assigned to move me to the holding cell. Okay. So a rookie implies to me he doesn't know, he hasn't been fully indoctrinated yet by these terrorism tactics yet by the Guantanamo tactics.
This tyrant, let me bring it back on screen. This absolute animal, Timothy Tallman. This animal, this out of control LAPD officer right here. He saw that I was being put into a tank, and he came in and he told the rookie, he said, no. And I thought he was saying, no, we can't put him in here. We'll get in trouble for that. Let's get him to the detective. He said, no. I'll bring him over here. Cuff him to the bench in the bathroom. Lock him up in the bathroom.
When I learned about mind bloom,
Good spot.
If psychedelic actually help with those symptoms.
What? What? I gotta get YouTube red, y'all. Okay. Let me rewind it a little bit. That was like a funny place for a commercial. Hold on.
He told the rookie, he said, no. And I thought he was saying, no, we can't put him in here. We'll get in trouble for that. Let's get him to the detective. He said, no. I'll bring him over here. Cuff him to the bench in the bathroom. Lock him up in the bathroom.
Who even thinks of that? What type of deranged, demonic carnival clown comes up with that shit? Thank you very much, Megan, for the super chat sticker chat. The rookie was bringing him to put him somewhere where he could move a little bit. And Tallman, the bald-headed LAPD cop, RoboCop, he said, put him in the bathroom and lock him to the bench in the bathroom. To the rookie cop, teaching him the ways, teaching him how we do it in this precinct, how we do it here.
And I was like, and the officer himself, the rookie, didn't hesitate. He took me into the bathroom, which is an open bathroom, by the way. It's like, this is a police station. If you've been, this is where they let the prisoners go to the bathroom. And there's this dirty bench in there, and he wanted to handcuff me to the bench in the bathroom. And so
What?
in there, and I was cuffed to that bench, and another officer came by and said, get him out of there. That's disgusting. So Tallman, it stands to reason, knew you're not supposed to use the bathroom as a holding cell.
But it seems like it's business as usual for him.
In my guys, he was doing that with me. He took me out of a perfectly good, clean, empty holding cell to take me out and have me locked.
I'm sure it was far from perfectly good and clean and empty, but it ain't a bathroom.
In the bathroom. So we can assume he knew that was against regulations, and he tried to do it anyway. And then when someone intervened, all of a sudden Talman's tune changed. Oh no, let's get out. This isn't right. No, this isn't right. Someone might need to come in here and use the bathroom. Here, come with me. Here, Aaron.
His altar switch, a different Thetan stepped and fronted. A different Thetan in charge of the Officer Talman system stepped to the front and said, oh, we can't put him in the bathroom. He had a personality switch all of a sudden whenever another officer came in and said, you can't do that.
Let me take those off you. All of a sudden, let me take those off you. Look, man, I don't have a problem. I know you guys can't see how much my wrists hurt right now.
You know what I think happened, in my opinion, right around this time? People started calling up to this station. People started figuring out what was going on. People started showing up there, chanting with posters to release him from the false imprisonment. Tallman realized people were going to be making YouTube videos with his face as the thumbnail. All of a sudden, he wanted to be the good cop. It's funny. It used to be they would send in two. One good cop, one bad cop. So you would just be willing to acquiesce with the good cop. Now they just send in one sociopath with 18 different Thetans running their system. So you just cooperate with the nice one while it's being nice. Budget cuts.
The guy's an absolute animal. And then even when he was coming in to release me, he didn't even come in and say, okay, we're going to release you. He made me think, he made me believe that he was coming in to uncuff me from the bench because I was going to go be processed, mugshot, fingerprints, everything. And I'm worried because I'm going to have now an arrest on my record, which, I don't know, are there insurance implications? Are there licensing implications? I've got a realtor's license, all that kind of stuff. He doesn't even tell me until after I'm uncuffed, and he hands me the paper and says, "Okay, we're going to be releasing you." It's like, you could have told me that 2 minutes ago, dude. Like, oh, and then as he's telling me, so I'm unhandcuffed. So we're still standing in the 6x6 foot holding cell. I'm unhandcuffed. I stand up because I haven't been able to stand up, guys, for 4 hours, right? I stand up. I'm stretching. I'm massaging my wrist, and he's like, "Have a seat. Sit down, please."
This how all cops, not all, but a lot of them act. This is not particular to a Scientology cop where they're like just compulsively needing to tell you what the fuck to do. They have to. They have to tell you what to do. It's like in their training. Someone even told me that before, that their dad was a cop, and it's in their training that you ask the people, you make demands, you make commands of the people that you really don't really have the authority to make them do, but it puts you in a subservient mindset. It's a psyop. It's a control tactic that they are trained on, I've been told, to specifically give orders and to, first of all, to see how compliant the person you're dealing with is, but also to put yourself in a position of authority. Because what I would have done, knowing that information, when he would have said, sit down, I would say, you can sit down with me, or I'm going to stay standing up. This is not legal advice, but that's what I would have said. I would have said, I know I've been sitting down for a while. All due respect. I'm going to be standing up and I need to stretch. I've been unlawfully detained here against my will. I've been arrested for no reason other than exercising my First Amendment rights, and I'm done following orders. Let me out of this cage or book me, but I ain't sitting down. I would have probably got tased or killed or something, but that's what no. And that's the thing. When you start doing activism as your actual job, you're not scared to die no more. All this, be careful. I'm not scared. I know what I'm here to do. I'm careful of what? First of all, I'm divinely protected because I'm walking in my purpose. I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm doing what I'm here to do. And it happens that also it's the right thing. Ain't nobody going to touch me. Everybody who has tried has failed. So I'm not scared. But even if they wouldn't fail, I'm not scared. You just have to come to terms with it. You have to have the courage of your convictions. We got scared ass little wimps walking around. I understand there's certain things you can't do. You got to keep the peace and all that in certain situations. I do. But sometimes we do have to make a stand. And I understand and acknowledge I'm in a position where I can. Some people are not. And I am appreciative of that. And that is another reason I have to stand up for my rights, because I'm really standing up for all of our rights when I do.
Sit down, please. And so he's not even treating me like, he's still treating me like I'm somehow in custody or in trouble or I'm a criminal or something.
Yeah.
And so I'm sitting down and I'm just
control. He needs to be in control.
I know I'm gonna let him talk, and I'm not being a dick to him, but he can say whatever he has to say, and when he's done, we're done. This isn't a two-way conversation. You're not my friend. So I'm not looking at him. I'm looking at my wrists. And he's like, "I'm gonna need you to look at me. I'm gonna need you to look me in the eyes so I know that you can understand what I'm saying." And I said, "I don't have to look at you. Just say what you need to say, and we can."
I need you to look at me in the eyes. Listen, I told y'all I gave up being autistic for Lent, but I'm not going to be forced to look in anybody's eyes from the day I was born. No, I'm not, because I don't know. I just feel very drained whenever I have to look at people straight in their eyes, especially if they're evil and they have those demon eyes like that man on the street did. I can't look in your eyes because you're sucking out my life force when I look in your eyes or something. No, I feel my energy meter going down, and I'm not looking at you in your damn eyes. No.
Out of here. I don't need to look at you. And by the way, during the interaction in the bathroom, when he said, "Yeah, it's a bit dirty. Let's get." I said, Are you starting to realize the magnitude of the mistake that you made?" Now, at one point, probably about an hour, after sitting there for an hour, there was a call over the intercom. It said, all officers to the
Some of y'all also said you were giving up autism for Lent, which I thought was funny. People saying it's back now.
There's a room, the watch room, the watch commander, all officers to the watch commander's office, all officers to the watch commander's office, and just officers came running down the hallway to the watch commander's office, which was like half a hallway down from where I was sitting. And they were in there for like 20 seconds, and then officers started running out of the room and grabbing batons and holstering weapons. And I thought to myself, shit's going down that side, isn't it? And I didn't say anything, but I'm like, the cavalry has arrived. And Talman was at the door where all the officers were running out, and he was there with the door ajar. And he says to me, Kid you not.
Yes, you can give anything up you want for Lent. Yes, you can. I'm joking, y'all.
He goes, Aaron, your friends are here to break you out. And I said, no, they're not.
See, Talman's now starting to try and act like he's like, your friends are here, he, kiki, like it was a game for him. And that's another thing that I've started to learn a little bit about Scientology is that like they like to role play. Serge Delmar calls it like cosplaying, I think. But it's almost like they switch into these characters and play these characters, and then like it's like wasn't that fun? Like
I was like, no, they're not. I couldn't help it. I was like, now we're talking like real guys. Like, no, they're not. And he goes, kind of.
like see they just switch right into this other thing, like like
And I said, well,
your friends are going to break you out. Haha. I don't really have a problem with you. Like he like completely changed.
when you arrest someone for getting assaulted, things like this happen. I was content to be on my best behavior while I was there, to show no fear, to show no acquiescence, no acquiesce. Yeah, it's acquiesce. I didn't want to ever let them think they were getting to me. I didn't want to fall asleep. I sat straight up. I wasn't like going to slump down. There was other people on the bench next to me locked up. And, so you're sitting on a steel bench and you're sitting about 18 inches in front of a steel wall. It's very uncomfortable. Well, I was determined to sit straight up as an arrow the entire time.
I wouldn't. I would put my feet right up on their bench and take a nap. I would not be sitting straight up for them.
Sometimes come in handy in life, I guess.
But that is good. Like the takes one to know one, kind of like he learned their tactics. Like he knows how to deal with abuse.
I know there's so many more stories that I'm forgetting to say right now. Oh my goodness, there's way too many more. There's too many super chats that I could ever get to. But let me start by addressing a couple of the regular comments that I saw fly by that I start. Oh, this has to do with whether it's felony battery or misdemeanor battery. The death threat is on Aaron's video also. That's absolutely true. And this is how you know these guys didn't actually do an investigation, or they did, and they just didn't like what they found.
That's what it was.
We're not going to give up on this. We are not going to let this go. We are not going to let this go. There'll be a lawsuit.
And there should be a lawsuit. Like whatever is going on with the Church of Scientology and their involvement and all of that, if they even know who this vicious, violent, LARPing clown with the dog is, I mean, that's immaterial to how they handled this arrest. They showed up, definitely had the means and the ability to see the evidence right in front of them, didn't bother to look at it, arrested someone who called them for help for no reason, and abused him and tortured him, falsely imprisoned him. Is Rabbit still in the chat or did she leave? Let me see if I can send her the I'll wait around for a few more minutes and see if Rabbit might want to come in and say anything. I haven't seen her in the chat recently. Let me see. Okay, I just shared the link with her. Let's see. Don't understand the law enforcement. Yes. There's a channel on YouTube. If you don't understand with law enforcement, start watching Sean Reyes. He is a brown man, is a BIPOC perspective, which exists from birth. Watch other auditors as well. For me, the reason, Sean is my favorite auditor. And the reason he's my favorite is because he's level-headed and he has manners and respect, but he is very courageous and brave because he stands up for all of our rights, and he's been arrested falsely and all kinds of stuff. He's taught me a lot about the law. No, he was definitely arrested. Like that is an arrest. When you're in handcuffs in a jail and you cannot leave, you are under arrest. Yes, you are. Now that's different than do they want to pursue charges? Do they want to book you? But yes, you are under arrest. This is not legal advice. The cops will straighten up when people start dropping names left and right to local news and all socials. They cannot be made to look bad. Well, they can, because they do look really bad. What's up with the share thing again? There is nothing since my last videos, other than the fact that the court in the divorce case has denied the divorce petition, but it's just because he owes her some court ordered like alimony type money, like spousal support. So once he pays that, I think he'll be able to dismiss the divorce. But Cher attempted to put her son in a temporary guardianship in California, and she also wants to get a permanent one. She said in her court filings that, and Cher's ex, Sonny Bono, was a Scientologist too, by the way. So that kind of loops in a little bit. I don't know if Cher is. She could be. But she tried to get him in a conservatorship. In her filings, she said that he was missing. She didn't know where he was. She hadn't heard from him. She didn't know if he was going to be able to show up to court. She wasn't able to get in contact with him, but she needed to be appointed over his trust fund. And she didn't want to be appointed over any of his medical decisions or his life decisions or anything, his ability to enter into a contract or anything like that. The only thing she wanted to be in control of was the money that he was getting from his dad who Cher had divorced before he died. His dad had left him inheritance through a trust, and Cher wanted to be in control of that. And she said he was missing. She said he was nowhere to be found, all this. Well, come to find out, he wasn't missing. He showed up to court and she didn't. So she's missing. And before then there's all this other info coming out that she had actually had him coerced and sent him to a treatment facility, an alternative treatment center, alternative health care, alternative something, holistic something healthcare in Mexico, and he was being held there against his will. He was basically smuggled in some way back into the country. It took a bunch of cooperation from 2 countries, according to this Instagram post of his wife. It's all kind of stuff's going on. Let me see. I have a BJ Investigates on it if y'all want to watch that. Where's Rabbit? She may not be able to come through. I sent her a message. Let me see. I sent her a message with the link. Or I guess, like, is there anyone else in here who's like very knowledgeable who wants to come on? I can just put the link. Anything I missed? Yeah, yeah. It's true. Oh yeah, I did a Pee Wee Herman video. Oh, we could listen to A Squirrel Is Acting Up. Let's do that. Let me go find it. Is that true? Oh, she's about to go live? Well, if she goes live, maybe I can just go in the chat and learn over there. If Rabbit's about to go live, let's go check. Let's go look at her channel. I know, me being like, hey, do you want to come on my channel literally right now? Surprise! I'm looking it up. No, it doesn't say there's one upcoming. Where's her community? Didn't know that actor. Oh, she did post this on her community page. Hold on. Shout out to all the channels tagging me on clips to review. I didn't know that actor Tallman performed in Scientology venues. We will review later on. Oh, look, she shared my thing. Thank you. Another update was that they protested again. They went out to protest again, and come to find out, the LAPD showed again. And what's his name was up on the roof, actor Talman, up on the roof laughing. So some of y'all are telling me that his dad is who? Perry? William Perry, did y'all say? Or what's it? What's his name? Wait, did he play a cop? Surely this isn't him. Is this him? Can't be him. This can't be that man's dad. He died in 1968. This can't be him. He was in the Army and an actor. The Scientology trifecta. Army, actor, and law enforcement. Oh man. With their uniforms they like wearing. This is his dad, y'all are saying? Y'all are saying this is. He died in 1968, so he must have died whenever Tallman was very young. Okay, so acting career. He was in a show called Perry Mason. He began on stage much like, oh yes, Rabbit's here. Okay, thank God. Okay, let me put her on. Hello,
Hey,
hello.
how are you?
I'm good. How are you? I'm gonna put your.
Good. I am washing dishes, so I'm not on camera. You know, Sunday's like cleaning day for me. So
Gotcha. No worries. Thank you for making time to come. I'm trying to put up the name banners. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, is there anything, I don't know how much of this you caught. Is there anything that I'm just brand new, as you know, to this whole world, the story, everything. Is there anything going on like that I missed that you wanted to point out or just comment on, or what's going on here?
let me just say, as excuse me, and let me clear my throat. As somebody who is a never in, which would be you and I, as never in Scientology, we're kind of outsiders. I think it's awesome that you're taking on to give commentary just the way that you are right now, because that's how I was. And if you remember, like in the summer when I was approaching the Lima Jeremovich, that's how it is, right? And I think that it warrants a lot more people that are non-Scientologists, never ins, to really talk about what is going on. When I saw the LAPD situation, especially, let me go back a little bit. When I saw Aaron talking to Tallman, is that how you say his last name? The actor guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when he told him that he was going to be arresting him with the felony charges if he didn't amicably agree, if they didn't work together to resolve this.
Wait, I
And
don't know about this.
oh, you didn't
So,
know?
well, I need to go and like watch like frame
Yes.
by frame the videos. For the
So
purposes of the live, what I had seen was probably like 70% ish of Aaron Smith Levin's live about the LAPD
yes,
thing, and I think I saw like most of your very first live stream about it, and then
yes.
and another one. So I've seen two of your live streams, one majority-ish of Aaron's, but I need to I'm gonna make a BJ Investigates on it too with
Oh,
like
perfect.
clips and different things.
And
But I
that's
just wanted to
perfect.
come in signal boost because to me this feels very similar to like a First Amendment audit with Sean Paul
Yes,
Reyes, where it's like,
yes,
okay, it's police inappropriately responding. I don't need to know anything about Scientology to know that this right here is unacceptable, unconstitutional, and needs to be different. And I wanted to sound
absolutely.
the alarm. So what you're saying is in the specific interaction between the police and
Yes,
Aaron Smith Levin, that they were basically trying to, and I did cover it here, that they were trying to pressure him into dropping it.
yes,
And so
yes.
you're bringing up another way that I wasn't aware of the specifics of. So could you
How?
just give us the lowdown on what
Yeah.
that was?
So here's the deal. The assault happened, and then it took, I think, 2.5 hours for between the police going back and forth. They went back to Aaron, and then they went back to Mr. Perry, and they were kind of going back and forth. And so Aaron's just sitting there waiting for an arrest to happen because he's the victim of this crime, right?
That's
Uh,
what I saw.
that's what I saw too. So when Aaron had the interaction with Tallman, when Tallman came and tried to explain to him what they were planning to do, Aaron's like, no, I want to press charges. And then Tallman says something to the effect of, well, I don't think it's like you guys got to, we either, resolve it amicably or you're going to be charged with felonious stalking or something like that. There was that point. So when that happened, and Aaron says, for what? I didn't, he's like reacting to it. The minute that Aaron decided to go ahead and go ahead and arrest me, I knew that Aaron did not reciprocate any back and forth with Perry, with
Because
Mr.
you had
Perry.
seen it. A lot of people in the chat have said, like,
Yes.
I was watching live. It was so hard to watch live. because what you just said, it was like, first of all, it was a really long time that they were
Yes,
gathering their, information and all of that. And I think now it kind of just seems like they were trying to get their stories together. Like, it
absolutely.
almost seems to me they were scheming.
They
And
were.
I don't know. I know it's your cleaning day and I've been on here forever, but I did say a while ago, maybe you heard it, that it felt to me as like a kind of outsider, like the cops didn't want to have to pursue this in any way. And they were willing to actually like abuse a citizen and violate their
Yes.
oath to the Constitution in order to just not
Mhm.
have to do their job. And I'm terrified by this case
I
because it
think
shows to me that that someone can threaten your life.
absolutely. And then you being the victim get in trouble for it. You get to sit at a jail cell, handcuffed to a bench, and you get to kind of deal with all of that. And even when Aaron, because he spoke on my channel afterwards, he said he could feel kind of being angry, right? After having to justify, like, why am I here? Why am I the one here? And to me, that can happen to anybody. So even if you're not seeing this as a, you know, ex-Scientologist or a person, just see it at that point, that the fact that anybody can be arrested, chained to a bench, only
And
to,
almost chained to a bench in the bathroom that people were using
yep, yep,
for nothing,
yep,
for calling the police and saying my life was threatened. Can you please do something to this
yeah,
person?
exactly. So it should make everybody angry. Now, when the second angle happened, and I think shout out to Nerd Report because he was the one that was on Popcorn Planet. I think he used that footage right there. There was a sake, like we had only seen when we all reacted to this right when it happened. We had only seen when the camera dropped. We didn't really see the whole conflict. That second angle really shows that Aaron did not fight. Like he was trying to get his phone, he was trying to get away, and then the dog lunges at him, and then he gets him with the cane.
That was to me like several instances that independently met all the elements of assault and battery.
Absolutely,
Like the
absolutely.
dog thing was one. The cane is her attacking someone with a weapon, battery with a weapon. Punching, battery with a closed fist. And all while the context of threatening to K-word someone, which in and of itself is an assault, in my opinion,
Yes.
innocence and proven guilty. That's like 4 right there.
It's crazy that all of us on social media, the people out there that are out there filming and showing everything, we were able to capture everything, but it took them how many hours to determine that Aaron didn't do anything wrong? Like that's not okay. Just I sit there and I feel for him because the way it went down, it was just not okay. Overall, I don't know. This
And
can
what
happen to anybody.
about that deranged lunatic with the
Yeah.
dog in general? Like, what was he so upset about?
I don't know exactly. Now there was a clip, another interview that he did with another channel where he gave his side of the story, and his side of the story was something to the effect of, well, he lied and deflected from what happened, and so he wasn't. He said, something about, I'm not there to fulfill an agenda, and they're saying that I'm part of a Scientology thing. But if you notice, there's other clips where the dog is greeting the Scientology human recruiters. There's like human recruiters out in front of the door, and the dog is walking by, and he's friendly with these Scientology, human recruiters there. And the dog, and he's interacting with them just fine. But the minute that the protesters stand there, this dog is wanting to attack them. So
It
I
has
just want to know
commands.
exactly
The
what kind
dog
of a
has
service
commands.
dog, what service dog attacks people?
And the
Like,
thing is, like, I try to be, I try to be like more lenient on that because I know a lot of times people really do need their service dogs and stuff, but there's just no way that I could see that being like the legal requirement of a service dog trained to perform a medical function when it's not trained even to not like run off the leash and attack people.
exactly, exactly, exactly.
I don't it really it frightened me. And like I said, it felt like when I'm watching a Long Island audit clip where it's like, the guy's out and he's just trying to protest Sorry, he's just trying to gather content for a news story of sorts. And he is recording. Oh, we're at the town hall. This is a public building. Here's what, where you would go to record. And the police act like this. And it's like they hold him there, they abuse him, and then he'll start looking
Yes.
into him. He starts investigating him, and then they double down. And then the judges start working in concert with them, and the prosecutors are working in concert with them. And it's like, wait a second. This isn't how it is supposed to be. This isn't how they taught me it was anyway. And it's like, what's the difference in this and any third world country that people like to act like we're so much better than, with all this corruption?
Yep. Oh no, you're absolutely right. And you and I have talked about corruption and how it happens in other countries. And, we are surprised when we see it here, even though if you're like, I'm Mexican, right? My family's from Mexico. So, for me, there's a difference between somebody that is overtly doing it versus somebody that's just, doing it behind the scenes with a badge, with some notoriety. And that's the part. I didn't know this Tallman guy was an actor. His father's an actor. If you do
What's
a BJ,
that about?
yes. And I said, when you're talking about BJ investigates, I literally got so excited because I know that you will thoroughly drag and mollywop these people with the research. I just know how you are.
I'm trying to send the link to Nerd Report on Twitter to join. Let's see.
Perfect.
It don't give me an option though to, what's the word?
I follow Nerd
Damn it.
Report as well. If you want to, I don't know if I get off the phone, it might kick me off.
Yeah, I don't want you to get kicked off. Let me see. He said he sent me a PM on Twitter, but I don't see it. Is there like a hidden messages or something somewhere?
Yeah, if you you have to, depending on how your profile is set up, but you can check on like request messages or something on Twitter.
On the app?
On the app. So go on your messages, and I think it's like some people have to you have to accept them as part of your messages.
Okay, got it. Okay, I got 6. Okay, Luis? Okay, cool.
Yes, Luis.
Okay, I just followed him. I'm gonna send him can I send the link to him on Twitter? Hold on.
I think on the DM you can.
I just like what's it called? Updated or whatever my phone. And it's like, when you do that and you have to re-sign back into everything sometimes.
Yes.
And so I'm just having, okay, here we go. I sent it to Nerd Report, the link. I can do one thing at once. I'm sorry. I have, Luis. Okay. So I was first of all, just so taken aback at the mere aggression of the man with the dog. That was the first thing. It got my heart was racing. The cortisol was through the roof. I was freaked out. And then I was like, well, surely, like at the very least, they'll at least pretend like they're going to arrest him and say, oh yeah, we'll file something, and then maybe not follow through or something. It was just every turn, it's been shocking. And then apparently Tallman was standing on top of the building at the protest last night, laughing at people like a villain from the Batman movie. Okay. Can all of us be in here? Let me remove this. Nerd Report.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, did it kick Rabbit off when I let you in?
It looks like it, but she should be able to be in fine. I think I see her again.
Rabbit, come back.
Rabbit, come back. I like that song.
Does it all fit? Are we in here all?
Yeah,
We're all
sorry,
in
my
here.
phone. How are you?
Okay, hi, Luis. Luis, that's your name?
Well, I go by Louis, but I don't get offended if you call me Luis. Just call me in time for dinner. That's all.
Definitely.
We've met before on Popcorn Planet.
I was
BJ.
gonna say, I felt like your voice sounded very familiar, and now I'm putting it all together. It's like, no, I know this person somehow, Louis. Okay, yes. Hi again. Thank you for coming on. You were at the protest and at the police station.
Yes, it's been fascinating, and it's kind of shocking in a way that it's just barely, it's the tip of the iceberg, because this movement has been there for like almost 3 months. Also, there's been people protesting Scientology there, obviously, before William did. William Good is the one that ignited this, and he runs LA Streets LA, and
Yes.
he's an activist. and this guy is super well spoken. You couldn't ask for a better leader and stuff. So and real quick, it all started because he was watching the police, kind of like what Long Island Audit does,
Yeah.
but just a little bit more aggressive.
Mhm.
And one of the Scientology security guards was trying to interrupt him or not letting him do his job. And then the Scientology guard, I guess, told him to suck his, you know what? Yes. And he goes, what? And then was trying to totally disrupt the audit he was trying to conduct. So he goes, I'm going to end your cult. And since then, he goes, watch, they got into an argument. He goes, I'm going to end your cult. And that's what's happened. And it's, I call it TikTok versus Scientology in Hollywood. And I've been there. They've called the police 24 times, BJ. They called the cops on me, saying that I had me and William had a fake what's it called, a PLPU, GUN. They've if you look at his videos on Streets LA, you catch up. They've called fake boom, the BOMB word, twice. A kid named Chris with a Hellcat was detained because they said he had a boom, and it was all streamed live before this. You could go to his channel and see it.
Wow.
And they call it detainment. I don't see a difference between a detainment and an arrest, but okay, whatever.
Well, when I was in law school, and this is not legal advice, what I learned was if you are in handcuffs in the police station, not free to leave, you are under arrest. Even if they haven't read you your Miranda rights, even if they haven't followed, even if it's for no good reason, like from my understanding, and I'm not a lawyer on this case, that he was under arrest. And so them kind of saying like you never were under arrest just demonstrates to me either they're very comfortable lying or they don't understand the Constitution that they are supposed to be upholding.
Aaron or Aaron, he was under arrest. He was at the station, but I'm talking about Chris with the Hellcat. You got to see his video next.
I see.
That kid is 21. He was simply just on the sidewalk, and they said he had a boom. Okay,
That's insane.
Excuse me, it's insane, and it doesn't stop. And I'm scared.
Anyone.
I'm scared to go there again because I'm pretty I'm kind of scared of that. I've always been respectful of the cops. I look up to them. I'm sure there's good ones out there, but the bad ones overshadow. And it's just sad seeing at the station also people booing the cops and cheering the fire department when in reality they should both be heroes to everybody, man. It's very sad. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm scared to go there. But anyways, I'm sorry I'm talking too much, but I want to give you a brief history on the guy that assaulted Aaron. He's been there before. He's weaponized his dog. He had a collapsible baton, which is also illegal. The cops were called on him and they didn't arrest him then. He has a history of weaponizing his dog and having concealed weapons on him. At least that's the rumor. And they still let him go. I don't know what's going on. And then there's video of him punching Aaron now, and that's the latest.
Well, I saw a video from Streets LA. I actually, I had it up earlier where it was from 3 weeks ago. And it showed this guy with the dog. And it was like Scientology defender, something, uses dog as weapon. And that was from 3 weeks ago. So I did go ahead.
There was another. I'm sorry because I'm in the car and it's kind of I don't want to interrupt you guys' show. But no, I'm just giving you.
I'm glad you're here because I wasn't there, so it's good to know from you.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you, there's another incident as well where there was a guy that spat on William Good, which is Streets LA. He spat on him while he was live. And William called the police, and this guy was like a big, clumsy dude, looking. There's video of that. And then check this one out. They were protesting outside the Scientology building on Ivan and Hollywood. And, they bust them back to their main headquarters or where they sleep. And this guy comes out with a mask on, fully covered. And it was the guy that spat on William. They're like, that's the guy, that's the guy. So there's so many parts to the story. I mean, we'd have like 17 hours. I'm glad Rabbit's on it. I'm glad you're on it, and stuff. This is the tip of the iceberg. It's the
Absolutely.
I have seen and noticed, and you kind of alluded to it as well, a little bit of an uptick in interest. Like you're saying, TikTok versus Scientology.
yeah.
What do you think, or is it just this the Streets LA guy is like really pushing it late? Like what do you think is turning the tides to where, I mean, it's coming across my feed more. It does seem to be on TikTok and kind of featured in more sort of upfront on the algorithm. Like, do you have any insight into what kicked the movement off? You said it was about 3 months ago it's been going on.
Yeah, about 3 months ago. You may want to get William as well on here. I don't want to speak for him. There's one thing, there's misinformation everywhere.
Sure.
Why has it gotten so big? We have we had 100 people in front of the building. 50% of them had their cameras aimed at Scientology, which is a mysterious entity. We don't know much about it. There's a lot of rumors, this, that. And the more things they do that is considered shady, the more people show up. And it's just turning the camera from the sidewalk. And ultimately, BJ and Rabbit, I think what has really done it is that this is kind of a reality show, unscripted, for real. The people going there I become celebrities just by pointing the camera there for hours. There's kids getting into it, younger kids getting into the activism, learning about First Amendment rights. People are seeing that some cops are bad. They're seeing it firsthand, live. And you see the older people that are in authority, that are authorities, not even having a regard or even knowing that there's literally 6,000 people watching you as you break the law, bro. You know what I mean?
Yes.
They don't know that. They have no comprehension. So I'm telling you right now, this is the biggest story. I know the year's just started, but I don't know if it could get bigger. And I don't know where it's going to end because I don't see Scientology closing.
Well,
I don't.
Can I just add a little bit more?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't speak for Surge or anything, but one thing that we cannot forget is that it's crazy to me that you have, going back to children, adults want to be part of cults, that's their choice, right? Whatever you want to practice. But there are
Yeah.
children that are stuck in these hotels that are auditing adults as part of their practices. Because remember, children are not, there is no child development in Scientology. So that says a lot. And I think for me, it's like, it's time. It's time, whether it's this cult or another cult, where cameras get turned on and really start calling the ish for what it is. And then you have law enforcement that supports this. You have people that get jobs out of this. Like, a lot of this is just crazy to me that it needs to be louder, right? That's just my opinion, though.
No, that's 100% valid. How many times could they say that someone has a pew pew? And I'm sorry I have to say it like that, folks. It's YouTube. YouTube's algorithm is weird. Pew pew. It starts with a G. How many times could they say that and put my life in danger and put William's life in danger? Because we don't know if the police officer encountered someone or was in a bad mood on his previous call and comes in all aggressive on us, thinking we are actually armed. And guess what? No one is doing anything illegal in the protest. Everyone's peaceful. It's a peaceful protest. No one's being rude to anyone. So sorry, BJ.
I was just gonna ask you what your opinion is, or what your insight might be into, just personal opinion on what connection you think this guy with the dog has with Scientology. I know that he, seems to be friendly with them because of how you described, like, the members, the dog was friendly with them and stuff like that. But is it like a member of the Church of Scientology, you think, or is somebody they just hire people to act crazy, or what? Do you have any insight or opinion?
I personally do not, and I don't want to say he is or anything, because I don't have proof. Right. He claims he's a veteran. He's definitely a local. He's known by a lot of people around there. So he's a local. People know him. He's just a mad dude. And I think with the Scientology, maybe a friend, an enemy of my enemy is my friend type of thing. That being said, I don't know how Scientology works, but I heard you could actually be Christian and in Scientology somehow.
Mm.
You could be multiple things. So I don't know. I really don't know. I will say this, that I heard a rumor that during the arrest, it was getting racial, about race between Aaron and the other gentleman, Perry, right? And he's talking
Okay.
about, by the way, he's talking about Tyler Perry, the actor, not Perry Mason or the other guy you were searching. Tyler Perry, the comedian. He says he's related. There's a rumor he's related to it, but to him. But
Huh.
What?
no, so I don't know. People make up
Nothing
stuff. I
would
don't know if
really
it's
Well,
surprise me either, is the
Louis,
thing.
can I ask you a question real quick since you're down there? And
absolutely.
this is what I heard too, is that I heard that, you know, they see that the protesters are out there. And so then this is allegedly Scientology is hiring these musicians to play music while people are protesting, live streaming, so that they can't live stream the protests, right? So you know how, like, if you play a song, your
Mhm.
stuff gets struck, right? So and
What
I'm
they're
not saying,
doing,
but that's what I
what they're
heard.
doing, they're not, as far as I could tell, they're not hiring musicians, but they're playing loud music out of their facility that includes the Eminem, Metallica, Taylor Swift. And I did get copyright not struck, but claimed with a lot of that stuff. So, and when there is a moment when William is schooling them, they raise it to higher decibels so no one hears them. You know what I mean? And as of right now, a quick update, they've installed high definition cameras as of yesterday all over the place. So I don't know what's going on with that.
This seems like, yeah, I mean, super deep rabbit hole.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to bring awareness to it. It does
Yes.
feel to me like the police, the LAPD in particular, the group that responded to this incident, because of course, I'm sure, like you say, there's, not every single person is the same, and especially police officers, but this group, this precinct does seem to have a vested interest in not pursuing any charges against this man. And then they didn't even charge him with felony assault or battery. It's just misdemeanor like that. I mean, come on. You can threaten someone's life in the street and the
On
LAPD
video.
isn't going to do anything.
Multiple
It's so
incidents.
scary.
Multiple incidents, right? So before Aaron, before Aaron, there were others. So it definitely multiple times where, and I've seen videos where they're showing the LAPD where Patrick Perry is attacking people with a dog and a weapon, and there has been no arrest. So it's very frustrating that it's taken this to happen.
Mm-hmm. There's been several attacks though. There was another guy, I forgot his name, bald guy. There's video up on that. You could do a search. I mean, BJ, you have content, and Rabbit. I'm glad you guys are covering this. But there's content for this week. Trust me. And bring awareness to your community, because a lot of people are like, "What? This is happening? What?" And
Yeah. So
there's
sorry,
yeah.
go ahead.
Oh, sorry. So there are multiple attackers, different people. One guy claiming to be part of Scientology, and going in there as well. So there's that. You guys could do a little bit of a research and share it. Sorry, BJ. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask you, as someone, I'm personally just kind of getting into this story. I mostly was made aware of it because of Rabbit, and I did see that Andy had Christopher Melcher on, and they were talking
Yeah.
about it. So I'm kind of like, yeah, let me, where do I even, it's so sprawling. I'm making a BJ Investigates on this too. I don't know if you were here for that part, but
Yes,
what
I
would
saw.
you say are like what's the top point? For me, a big one that stands out is the children thing that Serge Delmar talks
As
about.
far as protests is concerned, yes. They're people are upset because of the trafficking, right? They're
Right.
upset about they solicit a personality test because people are wondering why are you here, right? Why are they
Yeah.
there? And they're soliciting. And William brought this up. So this guy is really articulate. This guy's great. He goes, listen, every religion says, join us. We are Muslim. Join us. We are Jewish. Join us. We are Christian. Scientology goes, do you want to take a personality test? They never say, they're not honest, join Scientology. And that's one of his beefs in it. And then the people there make $47 a week. They're not employed technically. They get an allowance, and they work 110 hours a day, allegedly, right? So their life seems to be 100% controlled, all aspects of it. The employees
So,
there,
and
yeah.
when people are trying to leave, they can't leave, basically.
There's a thing called shunning that other religions actually practice as well. They you can't they I guess your friends, family reject you after that. And then there'll be rumors made up about you because they know everything. There's been stories of that some of the recruiters there were gay, and that their family, that's something they hold on top of on top of their head to
Right.
to out them. And a lot of the protesters like, dude, it doesn't matter. They're operating on 1960s morality. This is 2023. We want to save these
It's
people.
something
Yeah.
I recognize about, like, it seems to be like a unifying feature of the personality type is that they're, super corporal and black and white and like, I don't know, like just super aggressive and like the guy with the dog, kind of like that sort of just
Yes.
like over the top, aggressive, like off-putting. It's like, I don't know, even like other religions that I wouldn't even agree with the religion itself. It's like they at least pretend like part of their religion is like being nice or
Yeah.
liking each other. Like it's like nobody's trying to hold up that front from Scientology.
Well, there was one.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Rabbit. Real quick, there was one guy that brought up William's son who passed away.
Yes.
And that's a video you got to watch.
Which one is it?
It's I would guess it's on Streets LA or Scientology Audit, and they bring up his son, and that's a video. I'm also almost 100% sure he'll let you play. I don't see him as a guy who'll be like, oh, don't play my stuff, but I think it's something you should show your audience later, and because it's really heartbreaking. They made up stuff about him, so they try to get personal information and try to shun you with it. Sorry, Rabbit, what were you gonna say?
No, you're fine. William Groot has a very compelling story as to why he's definitely on this side of the fence. If you remember a couple weeks ago, BJ, I was doing a live and I said, BJ, have you ever heard of auditing a church? We talk about or a cult or something. We talk about auditing, right? And we think about like government buildings and stuff, right? And so that's kind of what William does, and he has a very compelling story about how as a never in, that just should tell you, as somebody that's never in and you're speaking against the cult, what they can do to you, what they'll talk about you. The other thing I want to point out, okay, mama, hold on, sorry, baby bunny. Another thing I want to point out is Narcanon, Criminon. So there's a lot of branches that Scientology has out there that mask themselves as treatment centers or as rehabilitation centers with the Ron Hubbard agenda. If you go to the U.S. Department of the Justice, Ron Hubbard is named there for his Narcanon and Criminon agenda. So the government endorses a lot of Scientology branches. Okay, so keep that in mind when you're thinking about like, where are these people at? They're everywhere. They're all over your treatment centers and places. And that's something that I recently learned.
I've gotten the feeling, and this is just a feeling, I get my little tingles, that Scientology is a whole lot more pervasive and widespread and influential throughout the country than I think they would even want people to realize. Like, it's almost like a big part of the detractors, messaging is there's nobody practicing Scientology. The church is dwindling. There's like maybe 40,000 people total. And it's like, maybe, but it kind of feels like a little bit more. I mean, it's like all of Clearwater and seemingly all of LA, which are very, very large and successful and impactful economies on their own, just on their own. And so it just makes me feel like Scientology is more like pervading throughout our culture and society than we realize, because they have these other names like Narcanon and Criminon and whatever else things they're doing. I mean, there's like all these like Jada Pinkett Smith based her own school off of the teachings of L. Ron Hubbard. And she's like, but not the religious parts. It's like, they're the ones who made his teachings a religion. So you can't have it both ways.
People don't understand anything could be called a religion. I mean, I could join the religion of BJ right now and, surprise witness. Anything could be technically a religion. I mean, people are asking me on my channels, like, do you believe Scientology is a religion? 100% it is a religion. Is it legit? No, I don't think it is. Do I believe in aliens? 100%. Do I think Xenu put like human popsicles on volcanoes billions of years ago and we're all descendants of that? No. It's really L. Ron Hubbard
Here's my thing is maybe Xenu did. Maybe that wasn't there.
Maybe he did.
Even if Xenu did, that does not explain holding the children hostage in the hotels.
No, and this is let's see that. Let's audit and see that. From what I'm seeing, I went in there subjectively reporting. Okay, we're nerd report. I don't want to go in there and scream at people. It's a cult, right?
Yeah,
I went in there and they were totally rude to me, called me weird, would not say their side of the story. Listen, if somebody says I'm trafficking, I'm gonna go crazy and tell them off, not attack them. If someone's accusing me of something as an organization, I'm going to say my side of the story. I offered everyone working there, hey, these people are saying this about you. You care to comment? You're weird. Like people are getting called names and stuff instead of like, well, let us know your side of the story. Prove to us that kids are okay. Prove to us. Why don't you ever try to recruit homeless people on Hollywood Boulevard? You walk over the homeless, but you at the same time claiming you're trying to help the less fortunate, and then you go after people you think have money. Right now, a lot of Hispanics or Latinos and Black people they're trying to recruit them and stuff because I think the communities have not gotten a hold of this information yet. You know what I mean?
Yes.
What they are. So I'm not saying end religion. That's their choice. But absolutely children don't have a choice, right? So
yeah, it's an interesting question. And lately I've really been considering it in a new way because I don't know what it is. I've just kind of become a little bit more spiritual in the last few years. And I am a little bit more sympathetic to like who gives if people want to worship or whatever, whoever. Like, that's why I made the joke about Xenu. I mean, maybe Xenu did do that. I don't know.
Yeah, that's fine.
I wasn't there. But yeah, it's kind of like, but we going to let them do child labor and let it be tax exempt? I don't know if we should be doing that. Like, that doesn't seem like religious freedom. But then at the same time, like the other day I went down to the Amish market. There's like a store they have open and it's like you can buy food and stuff. And a lot of it's like really cool. It's like from the farm and you're supporting their farms and stuff. And one of them had their kid in there. He was probably like 10 or 11 years old and dressed like them. He was manning the cash register. And like by law, I guess that's child labor. But when me and Prim left out, I was like, I actually think it's like he might have only been there a few hours. It is weird to be working your child, but at the same time, my dad did construction work when I was little, and I'd go to the job sites with him, and I felt like I was job shadowing him and watching him. And he also wasn't working construction on the job site either. But like, there's a line of like, maybe we should just let people raise their kids how they want. But then whenever you hear a Serge Delmar say they're abusing children, taking their passport, you can't go have your passport. You can't never leave. These people, these adults are clowns, LARPing clowns. Like you can't just trust that people are going to raise their own. And it makes me feel like, what's the answer? You know, like we can't let them do this. We have to do something. But then it's
We
like,
have to audit them. Let's see if this is the, they're not paying. I mean, how many times do people get drilled about taxes? Like regular
seriously.
people, right? And almost like everyone in your chat's gonna hate me for saying this. The government has enough money. Do not tax the rich, because all they're doing is protecting Scientology with that money. They don't know what to do
Listen,
with it.
you'd be
Right?
surprised. Probably there's some people in the chat that aren't not going to hate you for that, because I might have even said something similar on this channel before, where it's like, yeah, I'm all for taxes. You should pay your share, but what do they need more money for? What?
They're not giving it to
What are they
us for
doing with the money
protection.
they're doing? Yeah, nobody's protecting me.
There was an hour. Aaron had to wait an hour for the police to show up. When they call and make fake calls, it's like literally a minute. Now,
Oh,
I
that's a
have
good
to
point.
I have to go now, but
Yeah.
I thank you, Rabbit. Thank you, BJ. I am gonna be there tonight again. If you guys, I'll do a shameless plug if you guys want to follow. But that being said, Rabbit and BJ, feel free to use my content. Feel free to call me if you need some other insight. I may know a few things that I didn't reveal on my channel. Knowing everyone and everything, and stuff. So feel free. I consider you guys friends and allies,
Yeah.
and stuff.
For
So,
sure.
So
all
tell
right.
everyone where they can follow you before you run. Where can they follow you? Instagram, YouTube, TikTok.
Yeah. So usually I'm at the nearest Pizza Hut because I love food. But on Nerd Report, as you see on the screen, Nerd Report, it's on TikTok. We're pushing to TikTok because that's where this thing is going on. If you don't like TikTok, you're on YouTube. You could do YouTube. You could also follow me at NerdLecca on Twitter. That's it for now. As we expand,
So I'm
Okay.
gonna be if somebody could drop the links in the chat, a mod or somebody, and I will be following along if you're gonna be live tonight. And I almost certainly will use probably some of your coverage that you've already done and the BJ Investigates. I may
Perfect.
reach out to you as well. Thank you so much for volunteering to do that, and all your knowledge, because like I said, I'm brand new here and I really appreciate you helping to
I'm
get
gonna
me
warn you, BJ. I'm gonna warn you. You guys, you're gonna be binging. The thing is insane. It is
I'm
Absolutely.
sure. It's one of
it
the
is
reasons. Go ahead.
huh?
It's
There's a
one of the
meme out there. There's a meme out there that has a woman on her bed saying, "Sorry, honey, I can't go out tonight. I'm gonna be watching this guy yell at Scientology for the next 4 hours."
seriously, I have seen them come up. It's one of the reasons why I have not really gotten into the Scientology story, is I know once I dip one toe in the water, it's going to be a whole ocean of connections and people, and it's just going to make me mad. But it's time. I mean, I do need to make this video because specifically the LAPD seem to be just fine with it. So
Yep.
thank you for coming by. I don't want to hold you up
Yeah,
anymore.
absolutely.
We'll share all your links and I will be following along. And thank you for your work and your journalism.
And say what's up to he doesn't know me. I know him. Long Island Audit, man. I'm so jealous you hang out with him. He's such
I
a great channel.
love him. What a good guy.
Talk to you
I
later.
will.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, Luis. The best part, BJ, that what is so awesome is, and I'm so happy about this, I'm so happy to see that all good creators are coming together. And this is what I call just community positive networking, right? Where it's like, truly, if I could be a vessel to bring one topic in, or you can be a vessel, like we're all together and we have a lot of people that are kind of rooting for a good outcome out of this. So it's
Well,
awesome.
and it's like a lot of us that are able to make this type of content, we
Yes.
are, and I'll speak for my own self only, I'm able to because I've already faced the consequences that most people would have to face to make this content, right? Like I was making my Free Britney content and Lou Taylor came and tried to make me stop making videos about her. I also think she was trying to get me fired and get me in trouble, which is a tactic of these fair game people. Then it was Lima and them trying to act like I was disbarred before I ever even had one complaint on my license. So I said, nope,
Absolutely.
getting rid of that too. And it's kind of like, that's a concept I've learned a little bit about with Buddhism, is like, you don't be attached to nothing, because then you won't be hurt when you lose it. And so I'm kind of like, little by little starting to be like, here, take it. You want the license? You want the law job? You want the salary? Because I'm going to be saying what I want to say. But a lot of people are not in that position. And I am blessed, and I am fortunate and privileged to be able to have the life that I do still and be able to do that. And so I feel like it's like, I'm lucky that I even get to do this, because a lot of people cannot. And I've been in a position before where I couldn't. And it's almost like this is my job, because if it's not me, who? Thank God there's all these other folks out here. This is not something I'm noticing for the first time. There's all this whole movement already, which is kind of how it was with Britney. But then it took me catching up for like a year before I was like, all right, I got my bearings about me. But it is coming together for, I think, the greater good. That interview with Cat Williams that went viral a couple weeks ago, one of the things he said really resonated with me. And they were, talking about his ops and his enemies and stuff. And he said, all my enemies look the same in the eyes. They all look the same. He said, they look, and it's true. Lima, this cop, Tallman, it's like, there's a look. This man on the street, it's like, yeah, it's all the good guys coming together, because we know what the ops are doing. It's like, yeah, no, I'm tapping in on this one, because it's just, it's Serge really. You having Serge Del Mar on is what pushed me over the Scientology edge, really. And then this happened with the cop, and it gave me something to talk about. But it was like so compelling, so articulate, so logical. There was nothing I could say in response other than you're right, which is these grown-ups, these adults who willingly make their choices are making choices. Free them from Scientology, whatever, or don't. But the children who are born in it, the children who have no choice, who have nowhere to go, who have no legal rights at all outside of their parents, are servicing adults in these hotels, and no one is doing anything. And he knows firsthand about it. And it's like, I just can't shake it. It's so compelling. It's so compelling.
It's
and
deep.
It was you putting him on that made me aware of it.
Awesome. And I'm glad. There's so many. Natalie was in the chat too. She's Scientology Life After a Cult. She also was on my channel. She spoke on her experience, and she has an amazing story. There's Relatable Reese, another amazing person. Sterling story about the site. Like, he didn't even know what a ID was or anything, or like a credit card, when he was 18, right? Leaving. Everybody that I have spoken to in this group has such a compelling story about how they got to where they're at and what is going on, and that's just surface level. There are so many other who is it? Nora. There's so many other ones that I've talked to. Who I really want to speak to at some point is Alara FM, and I plan to reach out to her at some point. There's a lot.
So what was it for you that originally kind of sparked your interest in the topic of Scientology? Because I know you said you were a never-ender.
About a year and a half ago, it was one of my first topics in Scientology was talking about the keto diet Dr. Eric Berg, the big YouTuber here. Did you know he's a Scientologist too?
You're the one who told me that.
Yeah, so his son spoke on growing up in Scientology, Ian Rafalco. And when I heard what Ian had to say about his dad, and I have been following Dr. Berg for years,
right,
not knowing that he's not an actual like nutritionist, he's a chiropractor, and he's giving all kinds of advice.
And that keto diet, I'll say works loosely. I've seen people who do it to lose weight, and they lose a lot of weight. And so you're like, oh man, I guess it worked. I guess he's legit.
Yeah, I've never had the opportunity to talk to Ian Rafalco but he has been exposing his father on YouTube, and he has his own. It was that story that really got me to talk about. Then the Danny Masterson trial happened, and then all the other tactics. I just didn't, especially in the Danny Masterson trial, when you learn about how these Jane Does were treated in the judicial system, in the LAPD, and how they kept everything hush hush, and how they supported this perpetrator. It was really sad. And for many, many years. And it's a lot of Hollywood around it. There's a lot of Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis, everybody in that 70s show circle knowing about a lot of things and not saying anything and getting in bed with Scientology as well.
Well, Scientology has been kind of on my radar for a while
Yep,
because
it should.
I kind of had a feeling like, you know me, I get these little tingling feelings and I feel stupid to say it out loud because it's like, I don't know why I think this. I don't have any proof. But then 3, 6, 8, 12 months later, it's like, oh, I guess I just am a psychic. Who knows? Because
Yes.
all that stuff happened at my law firm, right? With the Britney stuff. And I don't think anybody would necessarily connect Britney Spears and Scientology, So it wasn't like I was like, oh yeah, Scientology is going to be mad. But the the law firm I worked at, it was called Winston and Strawn, or is still called Winston and Strawn. And Lou Taylor hired the law firm, and then of course says to stop making videos about her. And then I go back and forth with the upper top tier management at the firm, who like partners don't even get to talk to. Like I was almost like in trouble, and I was not gonna stop making my damn videos. And so come to find out, I leave that firm, all that. Come to find out, Robin Greenhill, who is Lou Taylor's right-hand person, hired the same law firm to represent her in Britney's case. Because now, Britney's coming after all the people who enslaved her for all these years.
Right.
And Lou Taylor hired that firm to represent her in Britney's case. And so did her right-hand man, Robin Greenhill, to represent her in Britney's case. And I'm searching about these lawyers and look, I don't know if I'm going to be able to share the screen. Let me see. Can you see Britney Spears,
I can
ex-employee,
see it.
hires lawyer who reps Church of Scientology? So Robin Greenhill hired a new team of lawyers, Winston and Strawn. That's where I was working. I was working in the New York office, but this is in the LA office. They have ties to the Church of Scientology, controversial security firm Black Cube. Greenhill, who worked as Britney at the management company TriStar, hired David C. Shepard and Catherine Farkas from Winston and Strawn. He represented these damn ads. Hold on. Shepard represents the Church of Scientology in the lawsuit brought by Danny Masterson's accusers.
Wow.
And I just was like, okay,
Girl.
was Scientology, am I already on the fair game list? Because if I am, let's roll. You know what I mean? Like, look at this. The lawyer that the firm they hired, I was working, I'd only worked there 3 months. I had no idea about Scientology they rep everybody. All these law firms rep Exxon. And if you don't work for a law firm because they rep somebody messed up, then you're not working nowhere.
Wow.
But like, look at it. She hired the firm, and in context of hiring this, I was being asked to stop making videos about Lou Taylor. And it feels like those fair game tactics, like people being approached and like, oh, don't make a statement about it. What's her name? Marie Presley, I think one of them, before she died, she had called up one of these Masterson victims and said, don't go after him, whatever. And one of the things she wanted to do was testify later. She left the church and this is the story I heard, I don't know if it's true, but she later, before she died, she was like, I want to testify on behalf of these victims, these Danny Masterson victims, because I should never have sent them away in the first place,
right,
or discouraged them. And I feel guilty about it. Well, she died before she could do that. And nobody really was covering it in the news, except, Law and Crime, Abrams and stuff like that. But it's like all this is happening, and it's the same tactics they were using on me. They even tried to give me like I'm not going to say bribe, but they tried to kind of sweeten the deal for me to not talk. Like, we'll maybe even let you be in charge of a whole pro bono section of the firm about guardianship abuse. Like, it was like pressure to stop talking about Lou Taylor. And I'm not saying Lou Taylor is a Scientologist by any means. I have no proof of that at all whatsoever. But I cannot shake this connection that they are the ones that represented the act. They did not represent Danny Masterson. No. They represent the Church of Scientology. And I don't know. I just, it feels too my enemies look the same in the eyes, if you know what I mean.
They all look the same. Well, BJ, I
You
have to
know,
let you go because I got baby bunny over
of
here trying to
course.
bug.
Thank you for hanging out this long.
No, you're fine, but oh my god, I love that. My enemies look the same in the eyes. I have to steal that one from
I
Cat
can't shake it. Thank you, Cat Williams. I've
Thank you.
shamelessly taken. So y'all make sure you go follow Rabbit. Rabbit, are you going to be doing any more videos about
Yes.
this anytime soon that you want
Yeah,
to talk
probably
about?
tonight or maybe
Good.
later on in the evening. I gotta settle baby, but baby bunny is the priority at this point. So I gotta
Yes.
settle her down. So my schedule's always a little wonky because of her. But yeah, definitely. And shout out to everybody, to you, BJ. Thank you for following this. To everybody out there in LA, to all the SPTV community. You guys are freaking amazing. Thank you so much for
Thank you, Rabbit.
everything.
And thank you for, you know what? I do want to thank you very sincerely and seriously because I know how scary it is to
Yeah,
have a little bit of a platform and you're doing good and nobody's messing with you too bad and all that. And then you go,
yeah,
cover a story that is a hornet's nest.
yes,
And it's scary. It takes a lot of courage, a lot of conviction, bravery, and all of that. And so if it were not for your coverage, I would not know about this story. I would not know about
thank you.
Surge. I would not know about all of that. And I'm sure without this video, other people wouldn't know. And I'm sure it'll keep spreading, but it is very, very difficult, scary, and takes a lot of bravery and courage to be one of those first people. And I know you weren't the very first. I don't mean to take away from the people that's been doing it,
Yeah,
but you weren't only talking about Scientology stuff. You were talking about all kind of stuff. And you had the bravery and the courage, knowing what you were possibly risking, knowing what you were going to get into,
yeah,
of still covering the story diligently, beating the drum on it, having the people on. And I do want to say I acknowledge that, recognize that, and there's not a lot of people out here who would do it. So
thank you.
I acknowledge it, and I do appreciate that you're doing that.
Thank you. And I cannot wait till the next BJ investigates on this because I'm so down for this.
Oh, we're doing it. We're doing it. And check your DMs because I might
I
be
will.
asking some questions.
Girl, yes. All
Have
right.
a
You
good
have a
rest of
good
your day.
one.
If you go live later, I'll definitely be trying to tune in. And thank you
Thank
so much
you.
for helping fill in these blanks and gaps. And I'll talk to you
Absolutely.
soon.
Bye. Bye, guys.
Bye. Love you, Monica. Bye. Okay. So now let's go watch the Squirrels Are Acting Up song. I have like most of the music videos shot. Um, but it doesn't have a music video yet, but I'll just let y'all listen to it on the outro. Let me see actually if there's questions first. Let's see. Props and credit where credit's due. Thank you, Rabbit. Hang with you, smart ladies. What's in the private chat? Oh, it's okay. I should admit, I used to be a big fan. Oh, is this true? I am ashamed to admit I used to be a big fan of Keeping Up with the Kardashians, but I'm pretty sure Robin Greenhill was mentioned several times and appeared. Somebody give me some episodes. Eleanor Hubbard, Conman Sci-Fi writer. Yeah, but it's not about Scientology. It just happens to have squirrels. It's not okay. And thank you, Grace all over the place, for the super chat. What did it say? Can't stay. I saw you were live. Wanted to say hello. Fantastic. So is Rabbit down the rabbit hole. Aaron, growing up Scientology. I will watch replay later. And I've never spoken to Aaron. Never spoken to him. Yeah, it gets deeper. Thank you to everyone who has been around in the chat and hung out. Church of God. Arranged marriage, a Church of God. Now y'all are going to put me down the church rabbit. Now you're going to put me down the church cult rabbit hole. I've really been trying to avoid going down people's church. Because the thing about it is, like, I don't know. Like, I guess a lot of things can be called a cult. A lot of things can be. That's kind of what I was trying to say about the, like, Amish child that was doing the, work. It's like, I used to kind of be of the mind where it's like 100% of child labor is bad. And it's like, I won't mention any names, but I have a very, very close family member / friend who I was talking to about this one day. And they were like, I was doing child labor. I was at my, uncle's gas station, 11 years old, ringing up customers. And the person said, this is my friend, someone whose opinion I really trust. They said, it was fine. It wasn't like I was up like for all day, all night. And the person said, I actually really appreciated knowing how to do a skill and interact with people. And like when I got tired, I was allowed to sit down. It wasn't like slave, like forward, like that. It was more like showing you how you would work, but it was kind of like for a family owned type of business. It wasn't for like some random boss in a factory where, there's some nuance where I think like we got to really figure out as a society, as a civilization, maybe even state by state, what is it like exactly child labor? Because I think we would all agree child labor is bad. But like, working a shift with your mom at her office where you're stapling papers one day, like, is it, I loved that. I felt like I was playing office. So it's like, and it was probably good for my development, learning how to do something new and different, a little challenging, whatever, making money. So it's like almost was like play and pretend. But there's certainly points where it's like, oh, hell no. Like what they were doing to the children in the factories in the coal mine. No, absolutely not. But like, what do we really mean child labor? What I think, based on what I've heard about this particular situation with the Scientology, doesn't really seem like it's a religion at all. I mean, what's their God? I don't know. Again, I'm reading Dianetics because I want to know from the source. And I also went and I bought an old version of it. I bought like the 1950 whatever. Like I went and got that version because I know they kind of maybe changed it in the recent years. Cult versus culture. Yeah, that's the thing. And it's like that's one of the things about when you're diagnosed with autism is that like you kind of see stuff a little different, like your perception's a little different, where it's like, well, I think some of the stuff we do by force is a little bit weird and culty. And abusive. Like what was on Disney Channel when I was a kid was a little bit abusive and weird, so it's a philosophical question, where are we going to draw the line? But I think all of us draw the line before, treating kids as if they are actually adults, not having any child development, using them for labor, not compensating them, not educating them. I think we would all agree like child abuse is not acceptable. But I do think there's some room for nuance. And so that's why I want to go into this with a little bit of open mind. I don't want to go into this 100% bias. But what I will say is from what I have seen by the LAPD and that one man with the dog is concerning. And what the LAPD did, in my opinion, was unconstitutional. Yeah, I think this is true. Someone says Sovereign Brehan. We have to find the nuances. There are lines, but it is more sophisticated and deliberate. You're right. Right. Billion-year content, don't they? Yeah, I mean, I heard they did. I don't know if it's true. Yeah, that's the thing about it is like some people say this too. This comment, Lucy Rose, Dianetics isn't a bad read. That's a big reason people look further, but it steers very far from the lessons in the book. Do I think police are getting paid by the Scientology church or that they got Scientologists on the police for? I don't know. I don't have any idea. People have said in the chat that the largest donor to the church the largest donor to the LAPD is the Church of Scientology. So if that means they're paying them, maybe. I haven't seen receipts for that, but I don't know why these people would be lying in my chat. Or do I think that there are Scientologists on the police force? Yeah, I think there probably are. I don't have any proof for that, but I think there probably are. Yeah. Some other folks have been saying in the chat, the live chat, that they have a kiosk for Scientology in the Hollywood police station. Don't know if that's true, but several people did say that. It costs a lot of money to learn to be a Scientologist. That's a little bit, weird. Usually, yeah, it's free to be in a religion. Usually, I mean, they do. Oh, Serge is here? How do I get his number to you? Tell Serge to, I think I follow him on Instagram. Let me see if I can just send him a Instagram DM with the link. Oh my God. I really am impressed with Serge. I haven't watched a ton of his content. Gotta be transparent. I've watched maybe 2 or 3 of his live streams, and I did watch him on Rabbit. And he's just, the way he speaks is so poetic. And just the way he makes his points is so logical. It's just so good. Okay, let me see if I can send Serge the link. Oops, nope, I'm doing this wrong. Hold on. Y'all know I can do one thing at once. But this is from what I understand. And I'm so excited he's coming on because from what I understand, he was like raised in Scientology as a child. Okay. Do I follow his Instagram? I do think I do. Oh, wait. Serge can join. Serge can join. Okay. I'm looking for him on Insta. Serge Inky. I'm trying to send him the link in DMs. Somebody tell him. Okay, I sent it to him on Instagram. The link to join. Do it at once. Yeah, I have to do one thing at once, and the one thing I do. Oh, okay. Okay, Rabbit, you can send him the link too. Rabbit's in the chat. Or I can send it to Rabbit too. It's the same link you had. I'm so excited. I'm sent to Rabbit too. Rabbit, she is working around the clock on this case. Poor thing. I've been there too. If you could send him that link. Yeah, Aaron can come through. Officer Tallman can come through, really. If you want to come, I'll send you a DM to your Instagram. I know, Rabbit, she don't sleep. And I mean, what I do it without a baby. My cat gets on my nerves, meowing sometimes. I'm excited for Serge coming in here. They let the guy empty his own pockets, but searched Aaron. That was another thing. They let the other guy kind of go through his own pockets and take out weapons that apparently he wasn't even supposed to have. Apparently, allegedly. I don't know. I got to go watch through all these videos. It's a lot of footage, a lot of different live streams and things. But they searched I was about to say Serge Aaron down like he was some type of, you know what, I'm not allowed to say on YouTube. Yeah, literally Serge. And leave in the comments somebody in the also in the comments as well, just the people's different channels, Nerd Report, Rabbit, Serge, all that in the comments. Reading y'all's chat comments. You're amazing, great live. Yeah, so I sent the popping on to Serge if it streams it. Yeah, I don't know. It's very weird why the guy was so aggressive, why he was so violent. It don't make sense to me. Let me go to Serge's channel. Let me show y'all what we're even talking about over here. And again, the reason I know about him, of him, all that is from Rabbit. He did a live stream with Rabbit. So let me share my screen here. So this is channel Serge Delmar, and he does these amazing community posts. And like I said, it's very, very like poetic. And what is this? 2 hours ago, we're here to break y'all's news, including not limited to all corporate media that may or may not be fully working with the full complicity and duplicity AF TBH in the systemic institutionalized sanitization and image laundering services for including but not limited to the following. Yeah, exactly. But y'all see, you get a little bit of a taste of like, there's such a power in having strong command over language with words and putting them in the right order and using the right ones. And it's like, he gets it. I don't know where he is. People are saying he said he could come, but where'd y'all see that? Is he having trouble logging on or? Okay, let's see. Nothing says transparency, like blocking comments on Twitter. Let's see. Listen to the community. Who blocked? Oh my goodness. Okay. I can stop stalling now. Hello.
Hello, that surprise witness.
How are you doing today, Serge? Thank you so much for coming on. I know you've been very, very busy with all kinds of shenanigans. So thank you for making the time to come by here. I'm on day 1 of my investigation. So everyone's coming through. I have seen a few of your lives. I gotta give credit where it's due. You have the most beautifully articulate way of putting things. I am so compelled by the things you say. You make me want to go protest something myself. It was really your commentary about Scientology that made me finally say, you know what? The next time there's a Scientology scandal, I have to say something. And it was specifically your discussion of the children. And you said, I'm paraphrasing, but you said something along the lines of, y'all want to feel so bad for all these adults out here, victims.
Yeah.
But they were in the Church of Scientology as adults abusing children.
And paying
they're
members.
And paying.
Members.
And they knew, and using the children. And the kids are, I already kind of felt a little bad for the adults before you said that. I was like, maybe, there's brainwashing, there's cults, they don't want to lose their family. But it was like, whoa, it was like one of those arguments where it's like, first of all, shame on me for never thinking about that in that way. And second of all, good point. Like, there's just no way to excuse it. And these are some kind of like cheering as heroes, but I never heard anything about children being abused. I never heard about a Scientology hotel. I felt outraged, and it really was your advocacy and activism and your voice. And so I really appreciate it, truly. And I think it's very important, the work you're doing. I know firsthand it could be very difficult to be putting your face and your name out here and stuff. I don't know anything really about Scientologists. Day 1 of my investigating, but I do want to say you have already inspired me in such a way by using your voice and being courageous, because it's scary to go against these people. I'm sure. Maybe not. Maybe I'm speaking for you.
No, I mean, and well, thank you. Thank you for having listened, because I know that everything we're discussing comes with a trigger warning, because again, we're talking about unthinkable systemic abuse of minors with adults that full knowing know what they're doing. This is not a case where minors were sent to Larry Nassar and everybody thought it was a doctor and then he was a shady doctor, right? This is the rhetoric of a convicted indicted felon named L. Ron Hubbard, who was on the run to not serve time in France, where he was indicted and convicted. He sailed off a ship with minors, including Shelley Miscavige, who was in that ship with him as a 12-year-old messenger, so-called messenger. So the problem of the child trafficking has been the very foundation of L. Ron Hubbard's dream. He adulticized all the kids because he told us that we were adults in small bodies. And then the adults about the pitch thought to themselves, oh, all kids are literally adults because L. Ron Hubbard said so. And all of a sudden they are infantilized themselves, because in what world can you really pretend as an adult that a fact that is such fact as the age of a body of a human is not that, and the type of unfortunate abominations that are all normalized as a result of that lie, right? Like, that's the beginning of the lie, and then everything else starts getting worse and worse and worse, because there is no safety for any of these minors inside of these hotels. And I'm glad that you pointed out the thing about the hotel, because I do get that question asked a lot. But these centers are hotels, run as hotels. The Fort Harrison Hotel in Florida, which is where I was trafficked as a minor from Mexico, it's a hotel. We had bellboys, we had receptionists, the people that come to the Scientology services that know full knowing they're coming to be serviced by minors. I mean, we're not hidden, and we were not put to do like, okay, maybe like this religious work on the sidelines because you were. No, it's like every child was counted upon inside those hotels as if they were a grown adult themselves. Our parents from the very beginning treat us as that, because they pitched it as like they're doing us a favor, and this like, oh, you're an ageless spirit, so it's all like this, like, so it's not, you're an ageless spirit, you're not a body, and you're just an ageless spirit. But it's like that just opens up for them to have a level of boundary that is indefensible. Like, honestly, like, and as a child, you're so impressionable and gullible, and you think that,
And you want to be treated like an adult as a child. You want to be treated, you want to think you're a grown up.
Thank you. I mean, that's even part of the seduction, right? It's like, oh, I'm being, you're being given this power over adults too, right? And I joined the Sea Org, which is the billion-year contract, at the age of, I think I had just turned 15. So minors are being made to sign binding contracts, and then you get put in dead bondage, because every course of Scientology is so expensive and they make you sign this invoice, literal invoices that we had to sign before we did any course, that said at the bottom of the invoice, I promise to pay this invoice in full in case of contract breakage. I
So
still
are
literally
people
remember the exact line of the
right?
invoice, because every course that we did, we had to sign. Like, by the time I was, there for 10 years at that hotel, I already owed them, I think it was like over $75,000. And I had never made a shred of dollars for myself. Like, I didn't even know what in the hell I was doing. It's just, we were just, being used as these commodities and trained in these courses that are disgusting. Like, they normalize unthinkable power dynamics that should never be happening in a room with an adult and a child alone. Never mind that the parents are not there. Never mind that the child is not allowed to set a single boundary for themselves. Like, their comfort level is not something that anyone inside of those hotels, the parents, the executives, or Scientology's lawyers, give a shred of an F about. Because apparently, as long as they just throw the word ecclesiastical around, no one can criticize the writings of a convicted indicted felon, which is L. Ron Hubbard, the one that's pitching it.
What does that mean? They throw around the word ecclesiastical. It's
Well,
like they try to justify their behaviors by defining it as something other than child abuse.
Well, and I've been just sitting at the courtroom for Leah Remini's lawsuit right now, and the way that the orthodoxy of Scientology, the ecclesiastical nature, wouldn't allow for anyone to look at these things that have been written by a convicted indicted felon, because, separation of church and state. That's, so it's like all of a sudden they're able to paralyze the critical thinking skills of the courts, because, everyone's going around with this delusion that a convicted indicted felon, L. Ron Hubbard, is an American bred god. And it's like, in what world can that be true? Because, I mean, it doesn't make sense. I have a 7th grade education. I didn't go past 7th grade, and I literally dare anyone to make it make sense to us right now, because it's not making sense. It made sense for a long time when we were gullible, naive, and had no shred of a clue about the law or anything, and bought the pitch, and thought our parents would never have put us in harm's way had they known. And it's not true. I mean,
Yeah,
parents traffic their kids. There are those parents out there. They do exist. And
true.
unfortunately for us, they were compromised, right? Like, I'll give them that benefit of the doubt. They, let's say they were under undue influence, like kids that grow up with, parents that are doing crack, let's say, right? But it's like, and that's one thing, right? But it's like, if a parent is giving crack to the kid, then it goes from 0 to 100, right? Because it's like, maybe you're an addict, maybe you really like it, maybe whatever, but it's like, a child's brain doesn't have the capacity to consent to be doing anything like that. And Scientology's audits, so-called audits, are just indefensible. I said, like, power dynamic role plays that are just indefensible. Like, imagine that we couldn't even leave the room on our own volition. We couldn't ever, if we say, please stop asking us these disgusting questions, because they were asking us extremely sexualized questions, and they were making us do that too. I was a 12-year-old interrogator to adults. We drilled it on a doll.
Bizarre. What? Yeah,
We
what?
drilled it on a doll. Like, oh, ask the doll these questions, and everything is about these courses, and you know what I mean? Get your certificates. You get the certificate, you drilled it on a doll, you ask this doll all these disgusting questions. At first they tell you, like, have you ever stolen an apple? So they make a very generic, easy, fun question that you're just asking a little teddy bear, you know, and like you're doing it in these courtrooms, everyone's watching. Like, you know, the nature of Scientology is like implicate everyone. So if everyone is in on it, then it's normal, right? And but
Mhm.
no one calls out any red flags.
So as a child or you know, with the children, like the minors that you saw there, was there ever any time where any of the younger people whose parents had gotten them into it would kind of push back, or you know, like y'all would look at each other and be like, what is this? But you would do it, like everybody would do it anyway, or what would happen if someone were to, you know, kind of that along those lines?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, speaking from my own experience, because I think that's the best way that what it resulted for me, at least, so I can say how I felt about it. It's like, you know, I was always feeling like mortified, you know, because I always felt like we were so weird, you know, and you know, our parents pretended to be very like elite, part of this very like elite, exclusive, technological thing that, you know, unless you're highly vetted, you can be a part of it and you can visit these hotels where these celebrities come, and we're all part of this something very important, and it's saving the world, like that phrase of clearing the planet, you know. And as a child, I remember just being like nauseated and sort of like so mortified because people would ask us, like, you know, and in Mexico it's like everybody was Catholic, and it's like, oh, are you Catholic? And I would just almost like all the time, you know, I learned to lie. I was, oh yeah, I'm Catholic. You know, I would never want to tell them how we spoke at home, because remember, L. Ron Hubbard basically teaches all these adults all of these euphemisms,
Right.
and the euphemisms are just words that he uses to kind of change how certain things are spoken about. Like if somebody has, like, let's say like somebody has some sexual thing that they did, like a, you know, something horrible they did sexually, that's called an out to d, like literally the word out, and literally the word like this, like literally this, you guys, out to d. Like when Danny had the situationship that he got convicted for, oh, what did he have? Oh, he had an out to d. They never use the R word. You're
Do
not
you have
allowed.
any, I mean, I have some theories about why that would happen
Yeah,
because I mean, one being words do have power and they're like vibrational manifestations of ideas that we've agreed upon mean
correct.
something.
Correct.
But I do think that taking away a word does take away its power. I also think that if you can get a group of people to have their own like in crowd language, it reinforces the isolation from the outside, and it also reinforces the community, you know, that you're trying to make them only, oh, only we understand what this means, you know. It'd just be too hard to try and, but what are your thoughts? Do you think that's maybe on the right stream,
No,
or
I
like
mean,
maybe the guy was just a weirdo and wanted to name stuff weird stuff?
well, I mean, we just have to go with what the facts are, right? Like, what kind of intention would you have to use a word such as this to make it a blank? Because this included, like, if you ever, you know, and this would come up all the time because you're always getting audited and you're always getting interrogated, and they're always finding out information about people. And the whole process is all about self incrimination. You know, it's like they purport that the technology that they have, as long as your needle floats on the machine, then whatever you self-incriminated on is no longer valid. But legally valid, emotionally valid, nothing. It's just erased. It's just kapoom, gone, whatever. Like, you know, and this whole idea of like technology addressed it, you know.
But it didn't though, right? Because they would still bring that and use it against you, so it didn't
Well,
really go away.
it didn't, because it's an infantile idea, right? Like
True.
it's just not reality. It's just, you know, and going back to these words, it's like, okay, maybe the hotel could operate and under a First Amendment right, all 21 and up could develop a very childlike language that they all decide is how they want to talk, whatever. It's like, if you consent, if you have that power, if you say, yes, where do I sign? If you're given like 10 pages of, you know, liability resolves or whatever, you know, disclosures, like the waivers, liability waivers, right? So it's like blah 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 blah, Scientology is never going to be responsible, but like these adults sign all of that legal paperwork, right? Like
Mhm.
it's the Scientology attorneys did put that contract, typed it out, but in what world were minors being given that language and we didn't know what in the hell we were signing? Because again, they told us that the law couldn't be more pathetic, useless, or you didn't need it. And it was just like this idea that, the law could prevent us from using the technology, right? And everybody's so pressed that this technology is going to really save the world, and God forbid the technology stops being applied, because then we're all going to go to hell. And it's like, again, it's infantile. It's like, had y'all made this a 21 and up hotel, even if I would have gotten involved at 25 or 26, like, you can make a lot of bad choices and you can get involved in a lot of scams. And
Yeah.
you can be a victim of that. And yeah, you can go pay for a legal advocate to advocate on your behalf. But, these kids, and all kids, I mean, yesterday I was there on a live stream. I mean, we're going live streaming every day and just showing people what it's there. Like, kids being taken out of the centers, like very young kids. And a little kid ran up the hallway, which, there usually are now ghost towns. Every time we go and just show up with our video, nobody's there. And the little kid's like, yeah, I'm late to course. Late to course to go do these courses with adults where they're just grooming you to be part of this whole infantile, disgusting role plays that, none of the adults, and to your point, it's like none of the adults have called themselves out. It's like it's
Mhm.
now become our burden to have to. It's like, I'm mortified that we have to do it. Like, it shouldn't be up to us, but it's been so many years that this has just been going and going and going, and there's not even a shred of guardrail that's been put up since we've left. And I've been gone since 2003, 4 is when I left the Sea Org, when I had the billion-year contract. But, since then, and then 2015 is when I left as an adult, but nothing has changed. And so many kids are exposed, and their parents never get called out, and they don't call themselves out either.
One thing you talk about, or that I've seen you talk about, is about the media cover up, the sanitization, the Tampa Bay Times. I've seen you call out.
Yep.
I've seen you call out some morning hosts. It was I don't know if you know about the other channel I have, BJ Investigates, but I do these kind of high production, more booms and zooms and all with the clips and everything. It's not like streams.
Sure.
And I was doing one on Backstreet Boys, and then I realized I have to do one on NSYNC, and so I'm looking up, and I think it was Nick Carter. I came across an interview that he had done where he was like, "Oh, I went for a couples therapy," and like, I found it to be
Lance
weird.
Bass. Lance Bass?
Is it Lance or is it Nick Carter?
It was Lance Bass. Yeah. The one that I
Must
did a
have been.
reaction video on. Yeah, Lance Bass.
You know, they almost sent him to space too. On a side note, I just found out the other day, but Russia was demanding $20 million. It was very weird.
Okay.
But so I was looking into this Lance Bass. I was looking into the boy bands, and I came across that interview. I was like, that's weird. And then there was another AJ, the first Backstreet Boy.
Okay.
He has some, oh yeah, I went, they tried to get me in and I didn't go kind of thing.
Mm.
And I saw that Lance Bass video, and I remember thinking, oh, maybe not, whatever. But he wouldn't be trashing it. He wouldn't be out here on the news, on the ABC or Good Morning Today or whatever, saying it was weird. It was kind of culty, because he did end up saying it. Well, then I came across your video about it, and I was like, it was so eye-opening. You talked a lot in that video about the media kind of, what do you call it, the sanitize it. Do you want to talk a little bit about what you're really saying? Because it's better to hear it from you than me try and say what I thought you said.
No, and I think, we're at a perfect point to actually make that point more than ever, right? Because to use really like sum it up, it's like, it's called having skin in the game. And I mean, as you investigate something, right? And before you can form an opinion about something, you have to have skin in the game. You have to have informed, you have to really, penetrate what you're trying to explain, or even, it's like, imagine you're being given all these books, and you don't know anything about how to do books, right? Like, you have to learn how to do books, what this number means, what this account means. So it's the same here with investigations. And the corporate media, what they do is, they go with a microphone to all these people that leave, and they just type up a quick story based on whatever they said. And they've never stood the many hours that these, that this new generation that's outside these centers now, pretty much 24/7, going from one to the other. It's like, they're there and they're watching, right? It's like they're capturing what's going on, and it's like, it couldn't be more important because, you know, it's like one of the things that opened my eyes is like, okay, now we had receipts as I was watching like Jessica Palmadesa's coverage or Confident Chris or even Chris Without a Hellcat. As soon as I was watching those streams, I was seeing, oh, look, they're bringing a 16-year-old into the rooms. They're targeting kids. They were picking up kids from the street, targeting them, selling them the book, getting them initiated. And we know how, you know, how gullible and how naive we were when that pitch was being done to us, and how confident they sound when they are selling it. They're very, very good at sales. You know, they have like all these good looking people, Sebastian, which, you know, was being, you know, thrown around by Rolling Stones, the heartthrob and the movement and this and that. And it's like, you know, the kids that are there, it was like an insult to them because, like, you know, yeah, it was funny, Sebastian and this and that, but they were seeing a lot more, right? Because once you spend the time watching, you're like, this doesn't make sense. Why are people leaving on a bus all crowded at 2 a.m.? You know, it's like they're asking the right questions. They're the media. They're there with the camera. You know, never mind that our questions aren't going to be answered. They're very pressed to answer nothing and hide. And it's like, well, I thought you're all saving the world. Like, you have millions of dollars. If your stuff is so about saving everybody, why would you be so pressed to not letting anyone in? And we would
It
know
does
because
seem like they're very hypocritical with what they say and what they do. Because I had, I don't know if you were, you know, I guess you weren't, because no. But earlier I was talking about this and I said, you know, I like to give an open mind whenever I enter into something. I want to hear all the different sides.
Sure.
It's what you've said is very compelling. I have found your discussion of Scientology to be the most compelling, and to me, in my opinion, feels the most authentic. As far as the people who have a firsthand experience as having been in Scientology. And I really am tempted to just say, yeah, I believe that, because it feels right, it resonates, and I think you're telling the truth. But I do like to go and get my receipts so I can show people why I believe that. And so I had started to read the like 1950 something edition of Dianetics because I want to know what they're talking about in there. And I'm aware I'm not going to be able to read all the secret, you know, books because I ain't paying for none of that stuff. And I don't want my name on too many more lists. They already
Oh,
on there.
hell no.
Right.
Hell no.
But I whatever, the free PDF download or whatever. So I'm
Right.
reading it and it's like, hold on. The one unifying characteristic about people who are Scientologists that I do know, and it's like not a lot of info that I have.
Sure.
The one thing that I know is they're absolutely unhinged. They're so reactive and violent and over the top, and that's fine. I'm over the top, you know, whatever.
Sure.
But I'm reading Dianetics right now. I'm looking at it, I'm like, hold on. The number one ill of all men is the reactive mind, and you have the solution for it. You clearly don't, because the people who read this and practice this and doing all your little technology, they're the most reactive people that I've seen. They're the most reactive people. And so it doesn't line up. And it's like, wait, it's a religion, but it's not free. Don't line up, you know, and I guess it could be whatever. And that's one thing I've noticed also about Scientology is they're very like, well, technically, like, you know, well, technically it's because religions only have to be and it's like, yeah, okay, well, yeah. If it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, it's probably a cult or whatever. But it's something that
I've been using a lot of ducks because I think that the duck is quackery, right? Is what it's called. And I'm glad that you brought up, you know, book one, which is Dianetics, right? It's the book that they're selling out there. And you know, the devil is in the details, and that's why you have to become an expert. And that's why, going back to the corporate media, as long as they remain very glib, and that's a word that Tom Cruise used on Matt Lauer, right? You're so glib, you know, that
weren't they talking about like pharma, like ADD or something when he said that?
Yes, exactly. But it is, right? Like the media will, you know, they can be manipulated, right? Because the media has been brands, right? Like ABC, we're the corporate media. We're the ones that really know. We're the ones that really get the story. Never mind that they're making all this money on the story. So when that incentive is put into what in the world, you know, what the truth should be, like the incentive is already misaligned from the very get-go. You know, you have all these editorial boards having meetings with their legal departments and going, oh, is this going to be a good look for us to cover kids? You know what? No, we don't want to touch kids. Nobody wants to read about, you know, horrible, you know, trafficking in America when we all want to believe that there is no slavery of kids. And, you know, they are luxury hotels, so they're not the rundown roach hotels that we always get told trafficking happens in, right? And but then Tom Cruise is around, so I'm sure Tom Cruise is involved and it should all be okay. And I'll read you a very specific paragraph that I have here from L. Ron Hubbard on that book that says, the 7-year-old girl who shudders because a man kisses her is not computing. She is reacting to an engram, since at 7, she should see nothing wrong in a kiss, not even a passionate one.
Wow, the man had problems.
So when we say like they're adulticizing kids, like
It's
it's
for like
not hyperbolic. Like this is the receipt to set what we're saying, right? And when all these celebrities are asked, oh, what is Scientology? Can you please tell? Oh, read Dianetics. You're gonna really figure it out, right? And what you read Dianetics, and it's all this it's all convoluted and really thick, right? But it's like, but the word is right. The paragraph is right there, and the ideas are being seeded. They're
And he
seeding
gives
ideas.
you this like advice at the beginning of the book too of how to read the book.
Yeah.
And he's like, which I'm sure you know, but for those who don't,
Mhm.
he's like, if you reach a point where you're confused, which I went to law school and all that, and I studied for the test you have to take for law school for 2 years because I'm got learning disabilities and stuff. Took me a long time to
Same.
understand it. And
ADD.
so seriously. And so I'm trying to learn how to think and learn how to, and it's almost like it's very good trickery because they're saying technically correct stuff a lot of times, right? And he says, if you come to a point in this book where you are confused or you don't understand, it's because you have read a word that you don't
Misunderstood.
understand.
Yeah, they
So
call it
you got to go back
misunderstood.
to that first word where you started getting where you don't understand, and you have to teach yourself what it means right there. And it's kind of literally already reprogramming your brain to tell you, if you don't understand this nonsense, it's your fault.
Yeah.
And you have to go back and convince your own self that this shit that don't make no sense makes sense.
Right.
It's true if you're taking the LSAT. You're reading a reading passage and somewhere it got off key or whatever. But all that stuff is tested and stuff. If you don't have a strong sense of logic, I could absolutely see being completely bamboozled by all this quick talk and these words that mean different things. And no, you're talking about child abuse. And recently I came across the same exact situation with another creator on YouTube, who's actually formerly a very highly paid photographer, commercial photographer for Apple, Mark Lata. He has a YouTube channel called Soft White Underbelly. He
Oh yeah.
had a 13-year-old child, little girl, on his channel the other day, like I guess about a month or two ago. And she was pretty much topless. She had on a little see-through bikini top, like totally see-through, and you could see through it, and it was not censored. And the title of the video was 13-year-old PRO Stitute, 13 years old. I get mad even. I know you see I'm blushing. I get mad thinking about it.
Yeah.
And as a defense for him posting this, in my opinion, criminal material for freaks and perverts online that child did not consent to because she could not meaningfully.
She couldn't.
I don't understand art. It's me that don't understand. It's art. Don't you understand, Serge? It's art. It's not child abuse. It's definitely not CP. Oh no, it's art. And us lowbrow people just don't understand it. And this is the real world. Sorry, you're so coddled that you don't want to see what's going on in the real world. No, you don't get to rebrand child, you know what, as what's going on in the real world. You are the freak who sat in a room and filmed it with her one-on-one. You are the freak who put it out for all the other freaks online. And it's like this gaslighting, like, well, I guess, there was National Geographic. They had naked people in it. Then you're questioning, well, maybe that was wrong too. Maybe that shouldn't have came out too. But it's like, if you don't have a very strong sense of conviction, I could see how they're like, no, it's really you. You don't understand Dianetics. You don't understand what's going on. You need more classes.
Bingo.
It's you. You're the issue here. And if you don't have anybody who's allowed to be in your community, I could see how it's just like, how do you get out of that? Some people were asking, I don't know if it's something you even care to get into today. If not, we can definitely move on from it. But they were asking, what was it that made you finally being you weren't born in it, right?
I was born and raised. Yeah, I was born and raised in it in Mexico. So the programming and the grooming happened 24/7, 365 for the ones that grew up in it, right? So we had no other thing to compare anything to. And we had
Right.
that gullible, naive brain that was on super speed because we were brilliant, right? Like they trained us like these, like, I was telling somebody the other day, it's like we were like Russian ballerinas. Like everything had to be so precise. You couldn't make a single stumble when you were talking, when you were interrogating somebody. Like if you were asking someone, have you committed a felony for which you have not been arrested for? Which is one of the questions that a 12-year-old is asking inside of those hotels, including but not limited to.
I don't even want to think about like some of the answers that the kids get.
No, I mean the
Like,
answers we were groomed to take any answer, right? Because they went through all these communication drills where we were so-called bull baited, so they would bring up disgusting things, and everything was normalized through this idea that they were helping our communication skills by desensitizing us from eroding all common sense boundaries, right? Because that's what the grooming ended up achieving. Like at the end of it, you felt very empowered, but and I've literally made this example. It's like, imagine that we were children dominatrix because we were literally empowered and having full agency over adults in hotel rooms where everything was being video recorded and watched and graded. I mean, every time we did one of these audits, there were grown adults supervising, watching the video as it was happening, including putting like a thing in our ear. So they would literally feed us questions sometimes, depending on like, interrogate him, ask him about there was a thing called murder routine where they would make you ask something like when the person didn't want to really confess to stuff or they were sort of like wishy-washy, they're like, ask him if they've ever like literally somebody, which is supposed to be like some big thing. And they're like, well, I didn't do that, but I did cheat on my taxes. Okay, so I underreported on my taxes for 50 grand. And then again, going back to the minor's responsibility now is to write it all down. So how did you underreport it? Where did you do it? How did you do it? How did you scheme them? What did you do? Like you're supposed to interrogate them all. This is all that was being taught in the course when we were interrogating the doll.
This is probably, stupid question, but I'm, notorious for those. What is the primary reason to put children in that position? I could think of reasons, for like, because you want to get them while their brain is malleable, specifically before they're 7 years old, probably. Then they're never going to probably question much. Maybe it's because they need labor. Maybe it's because people are actually wanting kids to be the ones doing it. What is your understanding of why don't they have the kids, doing washing dishes? Oh, I'm sure they do, but like why
No, we were. I
specifically?
mean, it's funny because it's like they would hand select us, like they would see like, okay, this kid's really, it's an intelligence operation, right? So they go, oh, this is an asset that we can use like this. We checked their intelligence, we checked their IQ, we checked all these tests, we put them on all these posts, we saw that they had it in them. Okay, boom, so I was hand selected to do that. They had other kids washing dishes. But then going back to your question, why would you have kids doing it? If I want to be very, very sort of like, almost going back to the gullibility, because they really thought they were going to save the world, right? Because that's sort of the excuse in there. Like, oh, we're all saving the world and the outside couldn't get it because they're not groomed in the technology, right? Everything is about, well, you wouldn't know Scientology because you're not trained. So why are you having an opinion? You haven't read all the books and all that stuff to connect all those dots, right? But it's like, well, but I did when I was 12. And I actually know those bullshit policies. It's almost like having a PhD in law when you're 12 because L. Ron Hubbard wrote all this shit that you're supposed to remember at all times. Oh, according to policy, blah, 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 of this date of this year, then this got changed and this goes in. And so it's like, it's exercising your mind to think like that and to give this rhetoric like this, whatever it is, right? But it's all just it's a horrific, unthinkable intellectual abuse. And I'm glad you brought up the point of like, because I hit these parents with a baseball bat that has 3 nails now because I have no shred of patience, with my words, with what they need to wake up to the facts. You know what I mean? It's like, that's what in the hell it's called. Like, be an adult, wake up to the facts. We're not here to judge you. We don't give a shred of an F. Like, whatever happened needs to stop. And then y'all can go figure it out with the executives that gave you the deal that you gave our passport too, because that's another point that I've been making. It's like our passports were locked up while we were supposed to be volunteers at a hotel that is supposed to be a church that is supposed to be using theology, but it actually has technology. So it's like, get your pitch straight. Like, what in the hell is
That's
it?
That's my thing. Someone was on earlier Nerd Report, Lewis, and he was saying, he was kind of coming for Xenu and the pops this and that and the thing. He's like, there's no way it's true and stuff. And it's like, do I think it's true? No, I don't.
Sure.
But like, I wasn't there. I guess maybe Xenu could have flew in and this. For me, it doesn't matter about if Xenu is real. For me, what's real is the children that's locked away right now, and I don't want to.
And
I
that's the
don't
point,
care
right? I
even
mean,
about the religion. I actually strongly want people to practice a religion. I think if they want to, they should. But like you said, maybe not having the children in sexual conversations and situations with adults at the very least. And it's like, oh, you just don't understand. You're a religious bigot. Please, come
yeah.
on.
Yeah. Well, and that's what, the activism for us is about, right? It's like, it's actually exposing the facts. When the facts are exposed, then these arguments can be answered. And yes, if I'm so, it's like we've learned to understand that we cannot just speak in hyperbole. Like, we have to go, okay, they locked us up against our will in a hotel. Let
Yeah.
me show you the reference that said that. In the auditor's code, it says, I promise never to let a PC end the session in his own determinism or something like that. And I'll
Yes.
quote exactly. Okay. But it's like, we weren't allowed to end the session in our own determinism. So when we were being brought in for an audit and we were the PC, going back to, it's a role play. I'm a PC. You're my auditor. I'm not Serge. I'm a PC.
Mm-hmm.
They're building this case. So it's like they disassociate you even from your identity right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then once you're inside, they're data mining you. They're asking you about your upsets. It's not just sexual stuff. It's not just crimes. It's
Right.
all these disgusting things. They're asking you about a lot of stuff all the time, right? And that also was what makes it confusing, because you're like, well, they weren't just interested in the sex stuff with me as a minor, but even though they were, because you weren't allowed to have a secret, they told you secrets are completely toxic. And if you have a single secret, then Scientology is not going to work. And so again, it's like, it always put us in this position where, going back to how I left, me being gay since I was a child, and my parents putting me in these so-called ethics handlings where I would get locked up for 3 days with a piece of paper and a pen inside a room because I was caught playing Barbies. And they would be like, you just committed treason. You're out of valence. You're not in the right valence, because they're saying that your spirit and your body are misaligned. So I would get punished for 3 days, locked up, having to write why I am in treason. Like, I betrayed the trust, and it just says like, find out that you are. And you're like, what? Like, what the hell? Like, and then you would write something down and then be like, nope, you didn't. That's not the right answer. Think about it some more. And then you just have to be like,
I just had a memory flash from one of my friends who's a dentist who told me on a vacation we went on, somebody's wedding at one of those resorts or something. I think we're in Mexico. She told me she had gone to a dentist convention of some sort that she was invited to, and it turned out to be a Scientology meeting.
yep.
And like a recruitment event. And I've forgotten about this. It just blasted when you said they held her in a room. She was like, by the second day, I felt like I wasn't allowed to leave in a weird way. Like, I didn't even know that it was a Scientology thing. Like, it was kind of like nobody would really say that, but I saw it printed on the stuff. And she said they were making her answer these questions verbatim, like memorize the verbatim answers to questions. And then if she would not do it, she might say "and" instead of, the or whatever. And they would say, nope, you got it wrong.
Flunk is what they say. Flunk. You got it wrong. Flunk. Oh, now pass. When you get it right, it's like, okay, that's a pass. So it's like, it's very Pavlovian.
Why
right?
do they do? That's what it must be. It's got to
all
just be
Pavlovian,
operant
right? It's
conditioning.
just, they're just, whipping you into submission. And that's what it's called. And again, it's like, if adults want to involve themselves in that and have the age to do that, and they want to be slaves, which is what it's called, to be in a slave relationship where all the power dynamic is completely inverted, they find it empowering. I mean, you can see all these adults saying, oh my God, I love it here. It couldn't be more amazing. And they're being
And do adults love it there, or is everyone miserable and pretending to love it there? Because my theory is every Scientologist
it
that's
wouldn't have
practicing
worked
is
this long,
miserable.
right? It wouldn't have worked if no one's getting any benefits. And that, like
Yeah.
going back to your Lance Bass interview, what did Lance Bass said? Oh, it's a PR agency, right? And him not being a full insider, right? Him just being grabbed there by Leah, oh, Leah, I'm having problems with my relationship, and Leah getting brownie points every time she brings a celebrity into the celebrity center. Oh my God, we can help you at the celebrity center. I have something amazing that is going to help you so much, right? So then Leah's bringing him
A
in.
therapy session.
Well, it's all this. Well, it's not therapy, but it is kind of therapy, but it is technology, and you're gonna really love it, and people are gonna be so nice, and they are very nice. For the celebrities, they treat them like royalty, and that's why they get so cut into it, right? And Leah talks about, like, Tom Cruise says he wants a coffee in 5 minutes, and if the nearest coffee shop is 10 minutes, well, you better get it here in 5 and figure it out, because he's not going to be waiting for you. Like, why? Who are you to have him wait for you? Like, it's all of that, this just complete ego trip, narcissistic thing that, again, L. Ron Hubbard proteges get, because I'm like, oh, I have a certificate says I'm OT this, I'm OT that. It's all these like
Right.
statuses, and it's just perverse, because it goes to a very, very dark place. And going back to why they use the children or not, it's like, we were adulticized, and it is a child trafficking operation. It's a full-blown racketeering enterprise, per what the law says, according to my 7th grade education. It's like, okay, so if five people.
It's funny when you say that too, because like it is very clear. I've been around every single type of person from all over the place. It's very clear to me you're a very highly intelligent person. So I understand you probably say like as a like self-deprecating, right? Like, what do I know? But
It's
like
a fact, though. I mean, it's a fact. I couldn't. And you said, learning disability. I can't go to a school setting. I can no longer be in a courtroom class style setting. I cannot
it's
have
rough.
a single teacher. Like, I can't. I
Do
can
you
only
have you
Google.
found that in more of like your adult years, you're a little bit well, I'll give you context for why I'm asking. I grew up in Louisiana, South Louisiana. Half my family was Pentecostal. Like the
Okay.
ones that don't wear makeup, wear dresses, can't show your elbows at church and stuff,
Sure.
like very severe Pentecostal. And the other half was Louisiana Catholic. So it was like, as far as the eye could see, religious indoctrination was a
Okay.
part of our life.
Got it.
And it was, couldn't watch certain Harry Potter, couldn't watch whatever. It was not organized child trafficking in my experience or anything like that, but it was horrible, and certainly
Sure.
used religion in an abusive way to, like, can't have secrets, the confessional. That I grew up more Pentecostal, full gospel. My mom thought Catholicism, there was some divide in my family. But so the reason I'm asking is I feel like that part of my upbringing has like kind of played a role in me as an adult being like intolerant to certain like not like when a cop, talking about Aaron Smith Levin, he was standing up about to leave out, and the cop says, no, sit back down, you can't stand up yet. I would have lost my life before I would have sat back down. Like, I feel like this righteous like indignation, like I know what my rights are,
Sure.
and I will not be persuaded again. But some people, they become the opposite, right? Where it's like, okay, I'll sit down, I don't want to deal with it. Have you found that, going through what you did as a child and all of that has kind of made you more sort of indignant as an adult, where you're just not gonna know, like you've seen how it is? Or what are your thoughts on that?
Well, yes and no, right? Because on the first hand, I go, we were fawns, right? The whole everyone Hubbard thing made us into these fawns. We were never allowed to say no. We were never allowed to complain. We were never allowed to, and I'm glad that you're bringing up this other religious upbringing that could be very extreme and disciplined and interpreted in various ways, right? But it's
Sure.
like, it's theology, and yeah, you can have bad people interpret things and be more tough than but in Scientology, it wasn't theology. And Scientology says, these rules were so generic, and the rules in it on themselves are the things that violate the American right? For example, like us getting locked up against our will inside those hotels. It's like, that's false imprisonment. You cannot give me therapy as a child while you're false imprisoning me. Like, make it make sense, FBI. Make it make sense, Clearwater Police. Make it make sense, LAPD. Like they can make that sense. Like they know the law. They know what false imprisonment is. They don't have the right to hold people against their will. They have to get an attorney, they have to get an advocate. The advocate can field questions. No, don't answer that, whatever. It's like we as children weren't afforded that inside those hotels. Like they were asking us to self-incriminate. Have you committed a felony for which you have not been arrested? Any lawyer, including you, would have advocated and said, Serge, don't answer that. We're leaving right now. Get the hell out of here, right? Like, what in the hell are these people doing? But they act with impunity. And again, it's like, I'm sorry, like, and this goes to our very own parents. It's like, you all knew what these sessions were. You get them yourselves. And again, going back to, I'm glad that you brought up the idea of like, well, I can see how someone could get really messed up with this whole, like, it's something wrong with you if you don't get, or if you're not following the book, because that is a truth. That's a fact, right? Like the book said to do it. It wasn't my parents' idea, but then yet they did it. Yet they're nowhere to be found on the public record today in the year 2024 repudiating anything. So that means they're still all about it, and they're putting their money where their mouth is, right? Like, okay, so you're standing behind doing that. I have a nephew named Sebastian that's a minor right now with my sister, continuing the cycle of abuse, because that's what happens. Like if you don't call it out, if you don't connect the dots, if you don't understand your legal rights, going back to what you just said, then you cannot be anything else than a fawn. And with the movement and what we've been able to understand now, as we're just starting to exercise our First Amendment rights peacefully with phones live streaming, it's like, it's so pathetic, right? Because it's like, y'all, we're literally like, if the LAPD wanted to have a case, we're literally here. Grab the phone. Oh, look, Attorney General, look, this egregious crime got committed and we caught it all on tape. But it's like, we showed these people the tape about Aaron Smith Levin, and then we get gaslit again right in front of our face, right? And you said Aaron didn't, we took it. We're conditioned to take it. You know what I mean? Like, we're not conditioned to ever think that we can rebel or say no, or what in the hell, or our rights or anything, but we're having to, and shout out to Aaron for, it's in my live stream. He tells me, Serge, they're going to arrest me. And I just tell him, it's fine. We have the facts on our side. We have everything on video. Like, we don't give an F. Like, and then he goes into, we're not scared. Like all of us, like, Jenna came later. Jenna Miscavige, the niece of David Miscavige, came later. I don't know if you ever saw any of her there, supporting us.
I saw actually just today for the first time some of her content started coming up on my feed, but I haven't watched it.
Yeah, but I mean, so she joined us, and Laura FM, another kid that grew up in Scientology, was there. And we're all there. We all live this hell, and we're not doing this to play around or waste more of our lives to it. If they had already made the hotel 21 and up, I would have nothing to say. I'm not here to save any adults from making bad choices. That's not our job. If you really want to advocate for them, sure, go and do it. But we're doing it for the kids. We're doing it because we know that our passports were locked up. And now we understand that was a felony. That was not an administrative thing. That was part of a religious thing of a hotel, right? And, I even went after the RTC lawyer, Robert E. Mangle, that asking him those questions, right? Because all my statutes of limitations have been so-called expired. And I did, go to the Clearwater Police. I've been trying to do the right thing, and the heavy lifting that is always incumbent upon the victims of all of this abuse to decompress everything, but we're met with just more gaslighting at every corner. We just literally had it at the corner of Hollywood Boulevard. And now what is interesting about this is now it's not just us that have been y'all are behind us. Y'all are watching. Y'all are witnessing the same thing. And we have it from a million angles, right? And that's where the LAPD is going to be having a very hard time defending things that they were able to get away before with abuse of power, right? But as if George Floyd would have gone their way had it not been caught on tape. Like, yeah, tape is I said this the other day, tape, videotape is like the platinum meritorious, platatorious Scientology thing of receipt. You know what I mean? If you have it on tape, you don't get it yet? Okay, let's rewind it. Let's see where his hand
in
is.
particular, a live stream, because even now it's like, I guess you could make an AI video, a deep fake, whatever.
Sure,
a live stream. Yes.
Mean,
it seems irrefutable to me And it was very compelling. It made me, come sit here for hours on a Sunday, because when I saw how the police department, the LAPD, acted on the scene, I haven't even seen the whole entire frame by frame because I know it was an hours long ordeal,
Yeah.
shot by many angles. But in my intuition and from what I do know about this type of behavior in these cult, whatever you want to call it, power organizations, they came in there to ask Aaron. They knew where that video was.
Sure.
They knew how to find that video.
Oh, and we
They
showed it.
wanted
I was
to
there when it
know.
was shown to them. Like we literally, okay, here you like we should, and it was shown at least in my presence twice by my friend Elizabeth Gale on TikTok, that also grew up in Scientology, that was also there for her first time exercising her First Amendment right. The first time she ever walked into a protest street asking questions on a sidewalk, we were met with this. I mean, again, and this came up in Leah Remini's hearing this week, because we did attend, and the Scientology attorneys' first order of business to the judge was, oh, we have problems with members of the audience, me and my husband. And they tried to say, like, we were doing all this stuff, and, how dare we? And that I had gone after the attorney and asked them questions on a public street. And, and I mean, yes, of course I raised my voice. I mean, I'm not here to harm anybody, but, he's the one that's supposed to be answering our questions. He's the advocate. His client did this to us, not him. Our anger is not directed to him, but he is getting paid to advocate, right? So we're finding out we are allowed to ask questions on a public sidewalk. Like, that's actually a right we have that we were never able to have before. So, it's like and Scientology doesn't like being asked questions, and neither do these attorneys, because scams fall apart once you start having any kind of scrutiny, because you cannot make sense of something that is indefensible, right? It's all a brand. We have Tom Cruise, we have beautiful buildings, they're also polished. The LAPD loves us. Why does the LAPD, handcuff and falsely detain now? I think this was the fourth time. The other three were done based on Scientology's picking up the call and literally saying, oh, we saw somebody with a, GUIN. Nothing to it, no evidence, no receipt, no live stream, no, oh my God, it's on this live stream, you're going to, nothing. And
It's like effectively swatting.
Literally,
Yeah.
and you're like, okay, and nothing happens. Like, in what world could you ever run a police department like that, where anyone can just, say, oh, my First Amendment right? And it's even on the First Amendment right? It's like, you can't say fire. And if there's no fire, like, that's not a First Amendment. That's actually illegal to be,
Right.
inciting that level of panic or when there's nothing, there's
Yeah, and
plenty of
making
things.
a false police report in
Right.
general and wasting taxpayer money. And so I understand some of the goals or the aims of the movement. You keep kind of saying the movement. I understand one of them is get the children out of this crap. Remove the tax-free exemption status, as they're operating as a religion and they should not be, because many reasons, including there's no actually theology being taught.
Correct.
And is there any main points I'm missing? Because I'm going to be making it also like a more like produced video on BJ Investigates.
Sure.
And I want to make sure I like include the right stuff, from the activist point of view, from the movement itself. So is there anything else that you would say are like the main things, like the kids, the tax exempt, and anything else?
I mean, for me, it's to really advocate and expose and show the transparency of what Scientology actually is on its merits, right? Because as much as they pretend, no one can have any opinion, going back to this lens of like, we can't have an opinion when kids are involved. And given our, our blessing of having been lived to tell, because a lot of our friends didn't make it, a lot of these kids that got implicated didn't make it. So once the community understands these simple things that we're actually stating, that is taking us years to understand and be able to speak like that, like we didn't know, and it is a tragedy. It's a horrible tragedy. All our parents, it's like, I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy, like to be scammed like this, to be lured into this, to be put into this whole like fake structure of power trips where you end up, unthinkably abusing your kid. Like, no, like It shouldn't be happening, you know. And once the parents are questioned, and once the parents also get held accountable for their role, again, it's like, you know, even the Epstein case, right? They were targeting girls that came from broken homes. A lot of us didn't come from a broken home. Our home was that. Our parents put
Mm.
us there. Our parents were paying for the service. Like I was just talking to Liz Gail that was there, and she's like, yeah, I felt so bad. I couldn't complain because my parents were paying for me to get these audits. And then it's like they're paying $500 an hour. So in what world do you think that something that you're paying $500 an hour for is going to be a complete sham, right? The money in itself made us think like, my God, this is so valuable and
It's
expensive.
true. I mean, I can think about like, you know, more superficial ways of that tactic, that psychological tactic working in my life. You know, you buy a $200 or $300 moisturizer and you're like,
Yeah,
this the best.
exactly.
You can't get better than that. And it's like, actually, like my face has been breaking out for like 3 weeks, but
Exactly.
you know, you just want it like it's a sunk cost, you know?
Yeah.
There's
So I
so many
think,
more things that I want to ask you and I want to keep talking,
and
but I do unfortunately have to run in just a
yeah,
few
yeah, yeah.
minutes.
Well, just for
But
that,
go
to
ahead.
hit on that point really quick, and you know,
Sure.
and the
Yeah.
suspicious language that's already been added to Leah's case, I believe, is, you know, the aspect of the racketeering. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like the racketeering needs to be understood, right? Because it's like if we're speaking racketeering, we're not pressed to make you're running a racketeering scheme. That's what it's called. So we're not here to listen to your delusions of why you thought Edwin Hubbard was such a great person. Like he's a convicted, indicted felon, and y'all are doing his bidding. So that implicates all of you in a conspiracy. So let's also educate people on what it means to understand how these business models are set up, because racketeering shouldn't be existing. Like that's not something that is protected by nobody, you know, and
Period.
we have to just start understanding how this could be that if it's implicated in this, and how the lawsuits are talking about it. Because I get it, like it's not just, again, it's not just saying racketeering to get some buzz. It's not about buzz, it's about the facts and what you can actually prove in court, which, you know, we're going to these court cases and seeing like the judges won't, they're not idiots. Like, you know, they're doing a job. It's very hard, and you know, my respect to that, but still. So
Yeah.
I think that,
That
you
was
know,
one
just
of the things
awareness.
you brought up earlier too that I appreciated that you brought up was that oh shoot, I lost my train of thought. Hold on, sorry. ADHD, you know, it's like
Yeah,
what
yeah, yeah. No, I
4:00, the
get it.
Adderall wore off hours ago. Hold on, let me think. You were talking about man,
Racketeering.
I don't remember.
uh,
I done forgot. Oh, well,
Okay.
must not have been that important. Also, shout out to Mike Townsend for the super chat, and he's
Thank you,
shouting you
guys.
out. Amazing how strong you are to grow up indoctrinated since birth. I was under the impression you went in as a small child. I had no idea you were born in Scientology.
Yeah.
Undergo years of abuse and still leave. Develop mind of own. Speak up. Yeah, I mean, with somebody, Rabbit, I think was telling me that people leave and they don't know what an ID is. They don't even know. It's like so difficult to start your life, you know, you're on your own terms and you don't even really know what your rights are. You don't know anything. It's I can't imagine it. And I mean, I definitely am super inspired by you, your story, your tenacity, your obvious courage, your intelligence, your logic, the way you approach things. I can tell it's from a intellectual standpoint. I remember what I was going to say. That was one of the things that I learned in the Free Britney movement is
Mhm.
even though I have all this legal training and all of that, where in your experience, even though you have all the firsthand experience and all of that, it's like you can't just go out and say the girl was human trafficked
Correct.
because people are going to say no. So you have to say, I have in my hands from 2008 a court filing from Britney Spears' dad that says she has dementia. I also
Mm,
have on this court filing that he says he's going to file proof of that dementia before the hearing. And no proof was ever filed. Look at this document where he owns one of her businesses. Look at this document where he's in debt to her business manager. And you have to just stack it all up and say, I don't know what was going on. What do you think? All I'm saying is this is what the Department of Homeland Security defines as human trafficking.
correct.
And it is so frustrating that you do still have to watch every word that comes out of your mouth. Watch
Mhm.
every tone. You can't get too mad, you can't get too passionate, you can't get too animated, but you can't be too boring and you have to deliver it exactly. And it's triggering because it's probably reminding you of having to watch and police every damn word that came out of your mouth in the cult. But
Yeah.
it's like, in a way, you have those skills because nobody's going to beat you at it, but in another way, it's like so backwards that you're in a position where you still have to do that instead of just saying, look, I was there. Can someone just investigate? Which I'm sure if they did, they would find stuff. And it brings us back around to what we can talk about next time you come on.
Yes,
Of
yes,
like,
yes.
why do you think it is that the police are in such, cahoots with Scientology? And why do you think we have the situation, which unfortunately I do have to run, but I have found this conversation to be wholly enlightening. I'm very
Same. Me
appreciative of
too.
your time. Thank you so much. I know you're very busy right now. Where can people follow you? You have your YouTube channel. Is this the same tag for
Yeah, I've
Instagram
literally
and
searched on TikTok and YouTube and Serge Del Mar on Instagram.
you
So,
go live on where?
on YouTube.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
you'll be
go
live today.
yeah, all my yeah, I go live every day. Yeah.
Nice. I really appreciate the clown imagery in your thumbnails as well.
Yay.
I've recently, like in the last year or so, like started calling everything clowns. Like they're all clowns, like everything's clowns. And I love the clown imagery, the circus music and all of that. Anything else that you wanted to say? You're welcome back on the channel anytime. I
Thank
certainly
you.
will be watching tonight. I'll be watching all the different coverage and working on my video. If there's anything else that you want to add, like you should have my DMs. I can give you my number and stuff offline too. But yeah, I just want to give you the opportunity to say anything else you wanted to close with before we go.
That I really appreciate, and we really spoke about this with Aaron and Jenna and Liz this weekend, and my husband Michael, that we really just appreciate everyone's support, because everything we went through has been very hard to digest on its merits, but we have a community behind us, which is something we've never had. We have people on our side watching how we were being treated by the people that did the abuse, and the police is implicated. And again, these people are being protected, and it's incumbent upon the police to, either clear the allegations we're making, such as our passports being locked away. Going back to your point, it's like, that's a fact that we still need an answer to right now before we get into like, well, was it religion? Did you agree? Why were passports of minors locked up? And that was a systemic practice. So we really think
Passports of minors who had foreign passports, like people who could not go back to where they were their home.
there's a federal child trafficking lawsuit in Florida, which I'm sure that your readers love reading like legal documents. So there's
Yes.
something, from Cohen, Swift, and Graff that you guys can already kind of sink your claws into, so that it describes like the childhood of these kids inside the Sea Org from,
Okay.
a legal perspective. And I think it's good to have that sort of like solid infrastructure of how this is,
So how
a
can I
scam.
find that one?
Cohen, Swift, and Graff is the law firm that filed it on behalf of those victims, and it's on their website actually. KOHN Swift and Graff, which is the law firm that also got Keith Rainier from
Okay.
Nexium.
Okay, got it. So they were opposed to him.
Yeah, they're the ones that helped Nexium get shut down. So
Okay.
they're
Cool. I'm
focusing
gonna look
solely
that up.
on
I
kids.
just wrote it down.
Yeah.
So let me I'm kind of like, now I'm having to wrap up all quick, but I will shoot you a message and all that offline and send you my number and stuff. Let me know how I can help, and I'll be on the case.
Thank you guys.
Thank you so much again for coming by. Everybody, make sure you go and give Serge some follows, shout outs, and some love. Tell him I sent you, and we will be catching up very soon. Thanks so much.
Sounds good. Ciao.
I love you, Mina. Okay, bye.